Good morning. I'd like to call this Town Council Workshop of Tuesday, June 24, 2025 to order. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Approved 7-0. So quick opening remarks. So throughout the day, so the public is aware that as we go through the individual items on the agenda through the presentation, we'll have comments during that time. We don't have anybody signing up, but we'll just call it out as we go through just to keep it a little bit free flowing. I do ask council to participate and have great discussions today. And as we're, prioritizing these plans, I want us to think about two different things. And first and foremost is staff's capacity to execute that which we expect to be done over the next 12, 24, and 36 months. I also ask that you take a look at council capacity to move forward some of the items with decisions for staff so they can act upon the direction of council. So a little more detail on that is, are we prepared to approve and move some of these things forward in an expeditious manner or within the same time frame that we expect staff to move it forward? So just keep that in the back of your mind, because we've got a lot of different things that we'll be talking about, and we know that maybe some of them need to be prioritized over others, and that's why we're here today. So with that being said, Mark, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for being here. Thanks for your time again. Not to reiterate much of what Mayor Perry just said, I do want to start by saying a big thank you to Sean Colin, who has worked tirelessly to put this plan together as is. I've worked with him. He's worked with department heads, and we've definitely leaned on and worked very closely with Matt and Heather. So we'd just like to acknowledge the time that's being put into establishing the strategic plan, not just the why, which I think we have decided upon, but the what and the how, the when and the how for later. So I think that our strategic plan, from my perspective, is the best one yet since my time here. We're proud of it. We know that there's some work to do today to talk about those priority goals, as well as the priority years that we're trying to work on every action item. So we appreciate your comments right out of the gate, realizing that, I think we all come to the table, as I always use an analogy, it's like going to the grocery store hungry. Don't. We all come to the table, the senior team, entrepreneurial in the sense that we want to do more and we want to do it faster. And we also know that quality over quantity matters, especially right now in Hilton Head Island. So I think you're going to see today a well thought out strategic plan. It's not perfect. No strategic plan is. Remember, we come back every year. You can add, you can subtract. We can tell you what's working. We can explain why it's not, and we can celebrate our wins. Every year, a couple times a year, we'll be coming and talking about it. But I think what you'll see today is still in year one, there's still a heavy lift. And it's because I think we're trying to figure out all the good things that there are to accomplish. But today's reality test should be, can we do it all at once? So with that, Mayor, back to you.
Matt and Heather, welcome back. I do agree, Mark. Sean and staff has done a great job, and actually council as well, in going through the past couple of weeks to build this program for today. So I'll turn it over to Matt Horn and Heather Simmons-Jones of MRB Group. So I'll let y'all take it over.
Thanks again for having us. We were really proud of the work that you all did in February. It gave us a tremendous springboard to come back to the table and work with your team to organize, as Mark puts it, the how and the what and the when. And so, for today, I like this setting, right? It's close, and we'll need that closeness to get the kind of work done that we'll need to get done. This is, I think, maybe even a bit harder than the work we did back in February, because every one of the action items that you see in the plan touches somebody here, touches one of your constituents. Everybody's very passionate about the to-do list ahead of us. I want to echo both the mayor and Mark's takes, though, that when you don't prioritize, when everything's a big thing, when we're trying to pay attention to everything or do everything all at once, very little actually gets done, right? And so what you have before you, and we'll dig at it, but what you have before you is what Sean and I were just chatting about before the session, which is what Sean terms as a really balanced plan from a timing perspective. There's just over 70 action items to be accomplished in the next 3 years. And they're pretty well spread out. And they're ordered in such a way that we need to do this really well so we can get to that. So today, as we work through this, there'll be temptation at the table to say, well, let's just bump this one up. Let's just move this one to year one. It's very important to my constituents, or it's very talk about that, and we can work through that, but understanding that maybe not on a one-for-one basis, but as we start to move things up, we're going to have to look at what doesn't get done in year one. I have a team that, in my estimation, will do just about anything you ask them to do. They will put their shoulder into it and try to make it happen for you. Their throughput is only one part of the equation, and the mayor hit the nail on the head. The decision-making capacity of this council is a limiting factor, only because there's only so much time, right? There's only so much time to negotiate, navigate, and prioritize. And so Mark at the February session laid out probably the first time I've ever seen a council look at something this way. If you want to get this done, here's the legislative calendar over the next bunch of years. How many meetings you have over the next bunch of years. And unless we all want to be here until midnight twice a month for the next 3 years, we're only going to get so much. So remembering our 2 rules of thumb, get the big things right and not. So the purpose of today's workshop is for us to come to consensus on what the big things are, on when the big things have to be executed. Asked Heather to be a bit of a prod, right? She's going to be watching for my mouth says yes, but my heart says no expressions. And so...
Your poker face is on if you don't want me to know.
Expect Heather to watch for you twisting in your seats or shifting or being extraordinarily quiet around a certain issue. So we want you to participate. We want you to engage. We want you to engage on the things you're excited about and the things you're not so excited about. Our other rules of thumb in facilitation are just be nice, be respectful. We're all here for the right reasons, but you got to engage, because if we make the decisions now, particularly around prioritization, we won't have to do as much later. And so that's the biggest goal for today, is consensus. It's not always unanimous, but consensus around the action items in this plan, their order, and the level of effort that you're going to have your team. I'll also say, and maybe this comes a bit later in the agenda, but I'll touch on it here. From our perspective, when we looked at the way the plan is framed up, when we looked at the priority items, we ordered them in such a way as we thought was reflective of the exercises that we engaged in back in February. But I think Mark hit the nail on the head. Every one of these priority action areas, every one of these priority policy areas is going to be worked on all the time, right? So whether in the book it sits atop the order or near the end of the order, where I used to hit when I was in Little League, somewhere near position 9 or 10, we're still gonna act on it. We're still gonna move it forward. I'd ask you to think through that as well. So our only goal for today is to walk out of here with good, solid consensus and direction for where this plan is headed. And then Mark will talk at the end about how we memorialize that, how we set that in wettish concrete, but something that the staff can lean into.
Anything else to add before we start?
I will add, Matt, Heather, what you are going to find today is the town council, and I don't want to speak for y'all, Mayor Perry especially, you're going to find a willingness to pick those big things and agree on them. We've made a lot of momentum on some of the policy work that we've been talking about since you've been here last. And so, get ready.
Good. Just one last quick look at the agenda. We're here at number 2 now. Moving forward, we're just going to spend a very little bit of time on how we got here, on what the planning foundations are. Mark and the team have been very sharp about making sure that this ties back to the comprehensive plan. That we're anchored to something that the community has thought out and agreed to. So we'll talk through a little bit about that, talk a little bit about how we got the plan constructed and put together. We've split, there's 10 policy areas here, 10 priorities. We've split them a little bit before lunch and after lunch. So we're going to try to tackle the first half of the plan this morning and then dig at the last half of the plan this afternoon. We may call just a bit of an audible to say, to ferret out if there's anything we need to spend more or less time on, right? We felt the race at the end of the last session where we had to kind of button things up, and we don't want to put any real critical discussion points at 2:55 this afternoon and say, might poke at you a little bit just to ask if there's anything that we should spend more or less time on. So we'll do that. And then, as I mentioned, Mark's gonna tell you how we get this home from an adoption standpoint and execution. Comments from the community and questions about the agenda or about the approach for the work session today, goals. So we started way back in February. You all will remember we spent a considerable amount of time in the room together, but even before that, working with leadership team at the town to understand how we got to where we were then, understand what the thoughts around the comprehensive plan and its direction were, understand where town council, both as a body and as individuals, were in terms of the progress that the town had been making on items. And we used all that to structure, I think, a really productive planning workshop back in February. We've spent the better part of the spring putting together this plan in anticipation of today. And I appreciate Mark's comments, but I'll tell you, your team did the biggest chunk of the work on formatting this plan and really putting meat to the bones. From the content itself and making sure that it aligned clearly with what they understood your expectations to be and what they understood the planning foundations to be, through the presentation of the document, and making sure that it's something that the community could connect with and that council could. And so from here, we'll get to our prioritization today, look at adoption later this summer, and then spend the next 3 years turning this vision into reality, right? And so we are right on track with where we had hoped we would be by this time. And so today will be just our springboard onto the next chapter. So just a quick second to realign ourselves on vision and mission. The town spent a tremendous amount of time crafting a comprehensive plan that laid out a clear vision for the community. What does Hilton Head look like? What's the ideal condition of the town of Hilton Head 20 years from today if we execute on our plans? Our mission is how we're going to get there, how we're going to behave as a community, council, as a team. What are we gonna rally around to move this, plan forward? Goals are those mileposts, right? We'll know we're doing the right things if these items come to fruition, right? What should we be doing to accomplish the vision? What are our mileposts? Strategies are how, right? Big chunky areas of our effort that if we execute on them, strategies are big picture conversations. And we'll talk about the difference between strategic and tactical. And even in the plan today or in the presentation today that we give you, you can see the continuous thought on that all the way up until last evening where somebody said, wait a second, this looks like an operational item. Why is it sitting here at a strategy level? So trying to be very thoughtful about that and keep the town leadership from a strategic vantage. Tactics are those specific actions, and that's the bulk of what we're going to spend our time on today. Just because, in large part, town council gets to weigh in on this only every so often, right? You turn it over to your team, and they start executing, and you hold them accountable to that. And so we want to make sure that from an action orientation, we've got the right things in front of you. All that, and we're achieving success. How all these things talk to each other, you'll remember this graphic, the comprehensive plan, 20-year, big picture, where's the town going? Heavy community engagement. One of the hallmarks of the town of Hilton Head Island's comprehensive plan was the layers and layers and layers of opportunity for the community to weigh in. That's why it was so critical, and Mark kept kicking us back to, how does this tie back to the comprehensive plan? How does this tie back to what the community asked us to do? Comprehensive plan informs our strategic plan. We were following your budget process excitedly, watching how the stuff we talked about back in February connects with the stuff you were talking about at budget time. And even though the order of operations in terms of a final plan came after the budget, we love the fact that you used the work that you did in February and the work that was going on all spring to shape your spending plan. The strategic plan drives the budget drives the strategic plan, right? We can't get anywhere unless you allocate funding and resources. And then strategic management from a team perspective, from a staff leadership perspective, executing on the council's direction, and strategic management from accountability perspective. That's your role, is to hold that team accountable. We said we were going to do this. We said we were going to move in this direction. And are we or aren't we? And are we moving fast enough? You all know this comes direct from the comprehensive plan. We didn't touch one word of it, and we shouldn't until we sit down and have a bigger conversation. But we think it captures effectively what the community asked for. Again, thinking about sustainability, and the plan itself digs real deep at what sustainability really means. There's an environmental moniker there, certainly, but there's also social connectedness and financial responsibility that all go into vitalization and modernization, and building an inclusive and diverse community. And then from a mission standpoint, promoting the health and vitality of the community we serve, right? Ethical, inclusive programs, policies, and actions. That's how you're going to achieve your vision. So straight from the comprehensive plan and heavily informing, if not directing, the route of this.
And I think Mark has something to add here real quick.
Go back, Matt, go back. Mayor and Council, I think at some point, and if not today, but maybe a few minutes today, and I'm sure you are, but collectively start absorbing and commenting on the vision and mission statement. Those are statements that have been prepared over time. They've been prepared by others. I don't want to spend half a day talking vision and mission, but a lot of the work we try to do has to align with our vision and mission statement. So I don't know how to get through those two documents. We've taken really one out of the comprehensive plan. We've taken one over time. I just do think that at some point, Mayor, Town Council members, examine that collectively and together and maybe decide that it's something we need to look at, and maybe we look at that come January when we're back together. But I do think that it's important to examine those over time. I'm not saying throw it out. I'm not saying keep it. I'm saying maybe there's some adjustment to the statements that align with your strategic plan. Over time.
Sense?
May I add to that a little bit? Um, Throughout the document, the binder that we have, it refers almost on every page back to, and we've heard this morning a lot about how this is driven by the comprehensive plan. And it's acknowledged in here in the beginning of the binder and again in the conclusion of the comments that we are at a point, 2025, 5 years in, that we ought to be reviewing not just the mission and the vision, but we ought to be working currently on the revisions to that comprehensive plan. And that isn't in here anywhere in terms of a priority or a goal. But I think that I'm going to suggest that we do. Because A, it's the right timing. We're at the point where that's important to do. And everything that we're doing here is driven by that comprehensive plan. And if the comprehensive plan is at the point where it needs to be looked at and revised, some of what we're planning for is already old news. And I think this is important, what we're doing, but I think that the idea that it's going to drive the next 3 years should not be counted on, is not accurate. It's not indicative of where the community is today. And so I wanted to make sure that I was really clear and being heard with that was going to be my first statement when I got to speak. And Mark, you gave me an opening, and so I'm going to lay it out there that this comprehensive plan should be currently actively being worked on. So there you go.
Go ahead.
Goal 1.10, we will get there. Update the 5-year assessment and update of the comprehensive plan. It is in there. That is important work to do. It's not immediate because of the LMO and because of some of the other work we're doing, but it is in there, ma'am.
I think if we're talking, I don't want to do this if it's inappropriate, but I think if we're talking about the LMO and we're talking about all of those elements that are based on the comprehensive plan, we ought to be simultaneously talking about the comprehensive plan, because we're going to rewrite the LMO, we're going to do all of these things, and then we're going to look at the comprehensive plan, which is likely to have some changes to it. And so where does that leave us? Kind of disjointed, in my opinion. But you're right, it is in there to do that. I just think it ought to be an actively engaged activity current to everything else that we're doing, and not after the fact.
What I would suggest is that as we go through this today, we might identify some of those items that need to be part of that discussion or highlighted, especially when we come back and do that review. Yeah.
Great point, and I think it's critical to keep it
Fresh, it is your baseline, and core values, and these are very heavily reflective. I think, of course, that's intentional, but I always love when these things line up the way they should line up. Connected community, connected in lots of different ways we talked about. Certainly physically connected through trails and streets and highways, but socially connected, right? Making sure that we are an island of neighbors. Environmental sustainability, again, we recognize that on Hilton Head Island, one of our most significant assets is our natural setting, and
we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to be protective of that.
A regional focus, we are here in the Low Country, we're here in Beaufort County. How do we work with our neighbors? How do we work with the region to make sure that what they're doing is reflective of our vision, most importantly, and that what we're doing fits into an overall strategy for the region.
An inclusive community.
I like the words multidimensional in there. We talked a lot at the last session about the fact that over time, Hilton Head has become an older community, and how do we make sure that from a multidimensional standpoint, that generational islanders see an opportunity to stay and grow, and that basically anyone who wants to be part of the Hilton Head community has not. Right-sized infrastructure. I love this term from a standpoint of it's a big place. Doesn't feel that way all the time, but when you start looking underground at the pipes and overground at the streets and bridges, we can't spend all the money that needs to be spent to replace everything that's there today. How are we going to get smarter about that? How are we going to direct infrastructure investment to the places we want to grow? How are we going to redirect infrastructure investment from the places that we want to preserve, right? Parks and recreation, the kind of quality of life amenities that continue to make us a destination. The pursuit of excellence, this is an amazing place to live, and it should continue to be that. And so that's not going to occur by sitting on your hands or doing what you did yesterday, always. It means constantly looking at the best ways to revitalizing our economy, modernizing the economy. Heather and I had a great conversation this morning just about what Hilton Head's assets are for the next generation of economic development, how that differs from what many other communities in the region or Beaver County are. How do we capitalize on those assets in a way?
I'm going to jump in on this one, and as we think about these as values, and you just see the words park and recreation, that doesn't ring as a value, it's a thing. And so I think as we look at updating, we should think about updating what that is. You could almost include that in connected community, but I also took an opportunity to just lay out a couple of things to think about. Enhance community well-being through strategic investments in parks and recreation. Foster a thriving, connected community by investing in recreational infrastructure and green spaces. So I think we can do a better job of kind of describing, and you did it yourself as you talked about what parks and recreation was. So I think there's an opportunity there to kind of reframe that.
Alex.
Remembering that, vision is this far off thing, right? It's 15, 20 years in the making. Tactical items, action items are right now, the things we're going to do today and tomorrow. Core values are how we filter new ideas. Right? So I always tell communities, when you adopt a comprehensive plan, you're going to spend a year or more crafting this amazing foundational document. You're going to think through everything. I promise you, with Mark, you're going to reiterate and reiterate and reiterate. You're going to dig and dig and dig at what's the best solution. And then you're going to adopt it, and then probably at the same meeting where you adopt it, somebody's going to walk up to the podium with an idea that it's not in the comprehensive plan. I love discipline. I love the idea of being just a disciplined council and we're just going to execute on what's in the plan, but that's not realistic. It's not realistic over time. And so what these values enable you to do, if they're well crafted and they say, is to serve as a filter. So somebody comes up, and we use the example last time we were together of somebody comes up and they want to build a roller coaster at Caligny Plaza, but even better, they want you to build a roller coaster there, and they want you to pay for it. And you got to run it through this and ask yourself, how does it line up with the core values? I appreciate that. Getting these are the big things, by the way. Getting these right is critical. So thank you.
Alex, you have a comment.
Yes, Ms. Jones, my eye was twitching when Matt was going through the revitalized piece, and I thought Ms. Turner was going to touch on it, but I think you talked about sort of highlighting our assets when we talk about revitalization of the economy. But I think we also have to have the other side of the conversation, which is what are our gaps if we're trying to attract business, if we're trying to retain business. I think that's important for us to have a discussion about is we're trying to stay true to these core values.
100%.
Patsy?
Yes, while you're on that page, pursuit of excellence, I've always thought that need to be higher up in the order, closer to vision or mission, as, I mean, it should be a core value, but I think that it needs to be higher up in the level.
Dr. You have something to add?
I just wanted to agree with that statement, and I didn't realize that these were to be ranked. But if you were to look at my paper, you would see that it says number one with a big star and an asterisk by it, and yes, and always. So in complete agreement that everything we should do, and it should be part of our, it should just be the statement of Hilton Head, pursuit of excellence in everything. So thank you for that comment, Patsy, and I agree.
Well, I will just reiterate, all great comments. We're taking good notes. These come from, pulled straight out of the the comprehensive plan. They aren't ranked, but to your great points, we will put pursuit of excellence at the very top because it is driving everything we're doing. So some very good key points. I just want to say thanks.
I also say, with that same spirit, right? We don't typically think of them as ranked, but we also come at it from a standpoint of do no harm, right? So it's very hard to do all 8 of these at once all the time. It's like driving from here to Beaufort with your foot on the gas the entire time and hoping your car makes it. This is basically from a standpoint of revitalize your economy should not be done at the expense of a strong base of parks and recreation and quality of life amenities, right? Got lots of great land. There's just too many playgrounds on it. Let's throw some buildings up there and market them, right? So not expensing one to the benefit of the other is a way to think of them, but I agree 100% that pursuit of excellence is the way you get to all of it. So back to strategic, and this will rub up against you a little bit today just because the focus of today is coming to a consensus on a lot of action items. We're going to spend a lot more time today in the tactical, but always asking ourselves, how does the tactical come back to the strategic or align with the strategic? So when we ask ourselves what's strategic, we ask, does it align and accelerate us toward our vision? Does it do that better than anything else? Is there something that we should be doing instead of? Is it catalytic, right? Catalytic means knock over this domino and it's going to knock over 10 more dominoes, right? Individual successes are fun, but they're not as exciting as catalytic successes, right? They're intentional, right? We're looking at our current environment, and that's what's challenging about executing on a comprehensive or a strategic plan, that our current environment moves around, things happen. And we have to be nimble. But nimble can't come at the expense of intentional either, right? You gotta make a decision today. What did your mom used to tell you when you were a kid? If you need an answer right now. No. And so we're gonna be intentional, we're gonna be thoughtful, and we're always gonna be nimble. And this might be the most important part and the hardest part, accepting short-term discomfort in exchange for long. That is the definition. Foregoing the success or foregoing the fun right now so that we can have the success later. Strategic versus operational. And again, we're gonna today we're gonna flirt with this, but you'll see that the staff has done a great job of combing out things that felt kind of operational to them. Talk about this in terms of discretionary effort, right? Every day, Mark and his team have a checklist of must-dos. We got to get up today. We got to make sure things are running as a community. We can't set payroll aside today so that we can go and act on our strategic goals. But we're going to execute on payroll. We're going to execute on public safety. We're going to execute on parks and recreation. We're gonna make sure that we're doing no harm to our strategic, efforts, and we're gonna make sure that any discretionary effort or time that we have, are going toward those catalytic projects and initiatives. And you all know this, we bang the drum on it all day, get the big things right, not everything's a big thing. This speaks a little bit to just how we got, to the document we're at today, which is, at the last session, we asked you all to kind of agree to and bless a prioritization rubric. And this was how we filtered ideas and initiatives and thoughts that were in front of us, and how that helped inform our prioritization. Defined by consensus of town council. That's how we got here today, that's how we're gonna leave today. The big picture things that you see here, these 10 priority policy areas, we felt like we had consensus on coming out of the last conversation. Today, we're gonna ask you to get to consensus on the tactical. Specifically listed in the comprehensive plan, again, those priority areas were areas that were drawn from the comprehensive plan, and we ask you all to filter based on that. Address one or more of our core values, but also not bang up against our core values in a negative way. Identify funding and resources. This is achievable from a financial perspective. Attainable within the planning horizon. Now you'll see the way the document's organized, you have seen the way the document's organized, is we've laid out, what's to happen in year one, what's to happen over the first 3 years. If you watch how this thing filters down, you'll see that we do pick up action items that are gonna start in year 3. And then are gonna will press out another year or 2 beyond that. And so attainable within the planning horizon is gonna vary in definition, but effectively it means the action item we listed in here, we can have meaningful impact on in the time frame we've identified. And addressing, if we've addressed any preliminary design or feasibility work, that helps bump it up. So if there was a project that was starting from scratch and we haven't really thought about it much versus a project where we've got some public feedback and some preliminary design concepts, that project was gonna float up a little bit in the prioritization.
Before you leave that slide, can I jump in one thing? In preparing for today, I looked back through a lot of notes I had on prior strat plans and workshops. And for some reason, I had tucked in here, article by Dr. Jean Harris, who's an LPGA. And I'm going, why do I have this in here? And it's because she identifies what SMART goals are. You could say SMART strategies, SMART action plans. And so she says, and she's quoting from somebody, I'm sure, SMART goals are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-based. And I read those out to my husband. He said, oh, that's been around for 25 years in management stuff, Patsy. Anyhow, I thought it was a good reminder from Dr. Jean, the golf doctor.
And asking you all to, as we go through this today, to put your own lens on this prioritization rubric, right? Yes, that you might have stolen this from the golf doctor or Peter Drucker or somebody like that. So, council gave us some planning directives to get this plan started. Your directives through our initial conversations, our interviews, our surveys, said, hey, we want to see how this is reflected in our foundational planning documents. Where are you coming up with these big ideas that have come from somewhere? That it must be prioritized. One of the critiques of the prior strategic plan was it was fanned out pretty broadly, right? And so how can we prioritize to make sure that staff can focus, that the council can focus? That we've got action items that align with desired outcomes. You'll see in the plan, your staff has developed a set of key performance indicators for each goal. To say, if we execute, you are likely to see the community shape in this way. And that tie the planning horizon to budgets, and that we resource plan priorities. And this is almost wholly on your table, right? that the town manager is gonna bring a budget that looks, to fund and accelerate, the strategic action plan, and that council is making the funding decisions necessary to create success. That's how we got here.
I want to add one thing. We talk a lot about the comprehensive plan. And one of the first things anybody does as a senior leader, especially somebody in my shoes, when you enter into a community or you're even thinking of going to that community. Planning director candidate was in-house yesterday. They talked about the comp plan. The comprehensive plan is your 20-year community plan put together. I would say we talk a lot about the comprehensive plan. I think that there's some really good elements in it, right? The chapters of the comprehensive plan are, for the most part, predicated by the state code. It's a planning enabling legislation that tells us what we need to plan for: infrastructure, parks and rec, whatnot. What's the CIP chapter called? Priority investment. I'd ask the planners. I used to be one. I forgot that. But one thing that our comprehensive plan does not do yet, that I think that we have to start examining, is we can't go to the master document, pull out of the master document the next 10 best things that we should be working on as an island, right? As an organization, as a community. But what so the comprehensive plan leaves a little bit of that actionable work on the table. I think that's why we're so heavy in the chapter 1 or the goal 1, the growth management section. And I just want to make sure that when we're saying we're aligning with the comprehensive plan, there's a lot of great work in there. But what's not in there are some actionable items that I can pull out and say, what's next? What have we talked about? What's next? Road, water, sewer, stormwater, parks and rec, pool, whatever you said at Coligny. All of that isn't quite in the comprehensive plan as that actionable item. So what we've done is we've aligned our strategic plan and our budget.
So this is where we were thinking about a little bit of an audible. There's two ways to get at this. One way is we can just go page by page, line by line, and discuss every line of the plan in chronological order. That's a way. A different way is that we would ask that if there are priority discussion items, if council members have specific areas of the planning document, and for now, we would ask you to keep them in goal areas 1 through 5. But in goal areas 1 through 5, if there are areas you want us to prioritize for discussion, then we're happy to do that, and then come back to the line by line, just to make sure we're gaining consensus. Unless there's strong objection or preference in either direction, I'd love to work to prioritize the discussion a bit, and just make sure that if somebody has goal item 5.11 that we didn't leave it to 11:40, and get stuff.
Well, before we do that, I would like to ask Mark and Sean, in laying this out, did you lay it out with that in mind? Or is it just, okay, here's how we're going to go through it, kind of a thing?
So, a couple things to talk about as we get into the goals. We came out of the workshop with 8 from town council, so we'll talk about the addition of number 9 and number 10 as we flip the page here. We want to make sure that we have the goals and the strategy information correct. Are we focusing on the right areas, and how we're going to address those the priority goals from council? And then the action items, I think it would be good to go through each of them, because the way we've laid it out is to try to say, here's what we're going to do to move toward achieving this goal. And where it made sense, we have a chronology, which allows us to go from step 1 to step 2, to complete the body of work that it takes to move these things forward. So I think that's how we'd prefer to move through that and see if there's consensus from council on the goal, the strategy, and then how we're gonna move through the execution and implementation toward achieving that goal.
Yeah, and with that being said, I agree with following through as it is in the book, because, they're all intertwined, right? And every action intertwines with another action, even with another goal. But from a standpoint of the public following along, it makes it that much, a little bit clearer, and I like that aspect of it. And while I'm saying that, this is gonna be put online afterwards. Just wanna make sure, just wanna make that comment, because I saw some people taking pictures, and if it's gonna be online, you don't have to take pictures of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, jump in here. One of the pieces of discussion will need to be that we are at 10 now. We came out of the meeting with 8, and then the document that we're seeing today has 10. So that's a big change, because I know we were looking to reduce the number of items that are our strategic priorities. So we need to have a discussion on that. And I also think there's an opportunity to collapse some into each other. So just an example, we have reinforce island resilience, and we have invest in stormwater management infrastructure. You could make the point that investing in stormwater management infrastructure is our focus area in our resilience plan. So do we need to have 2 separate strategies on that, or is there an opportunity to include those together, bring those together? So I don't know how we want to do that, but, we need to have a conversation about that, because there was a change, and I think there's some opportunities for integration.
Other comments?
Just that I agree with that, and, if the goal at some level has been to make it manageable and, specific, I go back to this page that was in the document that we received, and, I would collapse those 2. I absolutely agree they could be integrated. But I would remove, my opinion, the ones that were added. And I'm sure as we go page by page, that will become more clear in terms of the reasons why, but, I'll leave it for that right now. If I had to, I could pick 5 of these and make those the top 5 priorities and set the course, in a much more clear and specific way that doesn't burden staff nor council, and achieves policies that the community will appreciate and understand and respect in the end.
Any other comments? I think.
I'll jump in here. All great points. As we started, and Ms. Tunner makes the good point, and full disclosure, we talked together before today. Town Council, Sean and I talked together before today. And we have struggled with 10 goals when we walked out of a strategic plan workshop with 8. However, there are some elements of surprise for us when we start getting through that particular goal, where to put it in the priority 8 that we walked out of strategic planning with. And so as a town manager that's trying to help us get to however many goals we agree on, I've taken the liberty, and we've talked about this, to put them in here. 1, to assess and address today. We are doing some work in environmental, and we continue to hear as a staff that we're environment light. We are not environment light. With all due respect to town council, we are not environment light. So what I don't want to do is walk in the room today and then show back up on July 16th and hear, and then you believe, and the community understand that we're environment light. And so where does environment fit under here? Resilience, stormwater, environment. I think that when we start getting through those action items, that we are going to be able to better think about it. So Matt, I think it's really important we go through each goal, that we explain to you what that goal means and dive into those action items. Because the sooner you can prioritize the goals, right? If I meet someone and they say, hey, what's the town do? Do I read the 10 goals or the 8 goals or the 7 goals? That's important to us. And what's also important are those action items, right? The tactics, so to speak, but the real action items that when we leave here, we're going to pair out on committee 1, committee 2, or committee 2.5. And we're going to prioritize that through committee, through council by resolution, council by ordinance, or aligning our capital program, right? Policy and project. That's what this is going to drive when all is said and done. And so I think we just gotta I think if we get through one, we'll find some tempo and some momentum, because goal 1's important. I think that there's a lot of alignment on goal 1. I think it's still our number 1 goal. It's our heaviest lift. I think that as we work through the other action items today, I would love to walk away with less than 10, frankly. We just didn't know how to do that by ourselves without y'all helping.
Yeah, and thank you for saying that. And I also encourage you and the Shawns to chime in as we go through, because you've got an inner workings of this, more so than all of us individually. But also I think that as we go through it, we need to look at some of those action items that are being talked about within different groups and how they align with other priorities, and let that help drive us as to how we combine some of these priorities to make certain that it's all being covered, because that is where the telltale signs are. Yeah.
Jump in on that. The analysis that Ms. Tunner started out with, I've also said reduce. We had 15. Before that, we had even more. And then we had all these action steps underneath there. I don't know how anyone would ever do any of that. So, yes, growing from 8 to 10, but there's a reason for it. And I listened carefully to the quorum meetings of town council separately. So, but at any rate, the way I see it, and I'll own it. I say environment light. I will own it. I'll attribute Mr. Ames to saying like that in a previous strat plan workshop. The fact that we're doing more is not evident because it's not been a part of our strategy. So the way I see it is you should focus on the environment. It's part of the comp plan. And then underneath that is resilience plan. And underneath that is a island-wide stormwater system, which is part of your resilience. So I would, as we go through this, that's something that I have thought about. Not to say that that's what we should do immediately. So, goal by goal, action step by action step, and let's see where we end up.
And what I asked it, we've got 10 titles. Is it the titles that need to change to incorporate those other goals that fall within that same category? Alex.
Turn it on his head a little bit, because I appreciate the lens that we're looking. But I also want to offer that when we start to look at the action items, we got FY 26, 27. That's really where difference is going to be made, right? So some of these items, we're saying we're just going to go live this year. Some we're already saying that it's going to take us 3 years or more because they will be ongoing, okay? So I just sort of caution us just a little bit about taking something off, okay? Because this is a 3-year plan. Next year, there could be a change of council. So in order to keep the staff moving in a direction, I think it's important that things are laid out, even for discussion purposes later on, okay? As we reevaluate next year, hopefully some things will fall off, but the reality is some will not, because they are ongoing. So I just offer that as sort of a contrary to the discussion that we're having, just for discussion purposes.
That makes sense. Sean was whispering to me, do we have 10 goals with 5 action items each? Do we have 5 goals with 10 action items each? It's still 50. What I really think that this is helping us realize are that those action items are what we should and will focus on. So my suggestion right now is let's just absorb what 10 is up there And then over the period of the next several hours, right, we're gonna take a break for lunch as well. Let's start absorbing where there might be where there are opportunities to consolidate. And by the time the day is over, we would have gotten through all the goals, all the action items, and we can prioritize the goal, we can prioritize the fiscal, and then we can look for ways that we can consolidate, because we are very open to consolidation. We're trying not to take that liberty from the first 8 goals that we came out of that 2-day workshop specified by you, green dot, blue dot, whatever it said. We're trying not to rewrite that for you without your input.
Just want to highlight that we have done a lot over the 7 years that I've been here, most recent, the last couple of years, where there's been a lot of work done. There is no question that we have accomplished a lot in Hilton Head. And we continue to be active and engaged, and our staff is remarkable in implementing the priorities and requests of this town council. And so I don't want it to be pushed aside. When you dig down, and as I'm sure we will as we're walking through these, this town council and previous town councils since I've been here have absolutely accomplished a lot of things. And I'm proud of the work we've done, and just want to make sure that's clear.
I will tell you, looking back at Mark, we spent the better part of day one at our last session together with Mark and the team, updating the progress that you've made just on the last strategic plan, and it's staggering to see the amount of work that has been done. So I think between your team and the council, you are right on, and I appreciate you saying that. I'm going to shift a little bit. I do like the idea of you've had this, you've seen it, you see where the 10 are, you're absorbing it now. Sorry, I'm just going to flip a switch here. I was wondering how long
While he's doing that, one thing I'll also say is that I just had a thought that maybe the KPIs need to be some of those directives as to how we combine a little bit. Because what are the outcomes? What are those indicators as to what needs to be accomplished? And that will help us.
Helpful?
Ask you some, are you presenting these in order of?
Question.
Because that was not our number one.
What do you mean?
Number one goal was not our number one.
So, our tally, I don't know, it hasn't been audited like the lottery results, but our tally from the last conversation was that 4 council members prioritized this as their number 1 act.
Yeah, but let me tell you how that happened, if you recall. Don't recall. The first thing we did is we had these green dots. That's the first thing you gave us. We went up and we put these green dots on what's the most important to us. What came up number 1, I think, was stormwater, and number 2 was public safety. And then a couple people were upset that they didn't get enough dots. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? And the conversation started, you go, I tell you what, here, let me give you all some blue dots for all those things that you haven't already put green dots on. Go up there, and others that are remaining that have 1 dot or 2 dots that didn't make the list, go up and put a blue dot on what's the most important thing to you. And that's how that got there. So the first set of goals that were number 1 were all the green dot goals. Those are the has-beens.
So I'll rethink the way you positioned that. My recollection was everybody was given multiple green dots. Go up and identify the initiatives or the priorities that are most important to you. And everyone did, and if you remember, the green dots fanned out a bit, and said, okay, what's most important to you? You need 1 dot. You can only put 1 dot on something.
Yeah, but it was on what was not already chosen. Otherwise, my blue dot would have been on stormwater.
So
not there.
Well, let me throw this at you, Steve.
So,
Irregardless of the dots.
well, it's important,
I'm
because
not
some of
saying
these
it's not.
things got put in here that really shouldn't even be in our goals.
But what I'm saying is that that's what we're here to do today, is to kind of go through all that and then determine what is number 1, 2, 3, 4, and on.
That's a great point, and you don't have to accept anything here for given, by the way. Don't have to accept any. We prefer not to introduce any brand new strategies, today. That would be a little bit of a task, but in terms of what's up here today, reordering, rewording, restating the goal, that's why we're here. And so, when we get to that point in the conversation where it's time to say, all right, now we've got all these strategies, how do we work them? Then I think it's totally fair to say, wait a second, stormwater is the number 1 thing we should be working on.
I mean, look at it. How could stormwater get 7 dots and then get 0?
I think one way to address that,
Because the reason is, items and made them the top priority. Not 8 here, there's not. Has-beens. Chose, a couple people got upset because, oh no, we really need to look. Voted.
Okay, well, I think there'll be opportunity to reorder these and
We discussed, at least the prioritization. I'll also say that, at least, in the way most of these, strategic plans work,
because it's number 6 on the list, doesn't mean we're not gonna touch it this year or next year.
you can see in item number 6, or
Second, item number 7, good catch. Item number 6, you'll see a bunch of action items, bunch of year 1 action items, bunch of year 2 action items. You have to prioritize though, and so
But it's the mindset,
that's what you're saying.
mindset of what we're after. That- So everyone's kind of recategorizing what they're thinking from our first session. I want to correct it, and you want to look.
Mayor.
Or otherwise, we're going to lose focus on what we tried to do in our first session.
The one way that we've touched on already that can address a little bit of that, and I think a lot of that angst comes from this document, which then gets transferred into that goals. But as Melinda, Councilwoman Tunner mentioned, if we collapse, assess and reinforce island resilience and infrastructure with emphasis on stormwater, then that raises number 4 from this document, and as well on this one, up into what is considered, and I don't understand this, top priority items, and maybe that's an okay title, but then the next bulleted title, additional important items, that's where the mindset, I think, gets really turned on its head. I don't know if this document is going to be part of what goes online, but I find it to be confusing.
And it's not reflected here in the actual strategic plan document.
Well, a little bit it is, but I think this is the confusing document that really, and if we do as Melinda suggested and we discuss and hopefully agree on collapsing those, stormwater is a top priority. I don't know how it could be considered an additional important item. It is a top priority if you're talking about just about anything on this island, whether it's weather, whether it's our stormwater capacity, whether it's the ability to evacuate in an efficient way, emergency, or continue to develop. If we don't plan for that stormwater and that infrastructure, none of the rest of it's going to fare very well. And we see that currently, because stormwater and infrastructure was never a priority, and we see what we're dealing with on the island now. So, in agreement with my colleague, Councilman DeSimone, I would like to see, those collapsed, but also a focus in on making a top priority, those items of infrastructure and stormwater.
This is a reviewing the document that's in front of us. The term, top priority and additional important priority, those terms are stripped from the formal document. For now, I'd like you to suspend the idea that we've numbered these goals and that we can come back and reorder these goals. Now, I think to your point, Steve, what might happen is we might find that, well, geez, if goal number 1 is stormwater, then we need to put some heavier attention on stormwater, and that means uploading or front-loading a few action items that are in stormwater, and maybe backloading or side-loading some actions that fell further down the chain. But for now, I would say suspend the idea that these goals are numbered for now, and we'll come back and do those. We want to make sure that we're at least on point with the action items that need to get done as part of so goal X.
Hang on one second.
Before you move on, Matt.
Nice try.
I guess I'm gonna try my best to further empower you guys, okay? Because, and you said staff capacity, council capacity, and making sure that we engage along this process. So I'm okay with going through 1 through 10, not knowing which one is gonna be the one that has the most first year action items. Because I think that's the discussion that we're having today. So I'm asking that you guys really be provocative when it comes to these action items, what we're going to start in year 1 that may not be live today. So that at the end, if it's 60 items in year 1, come back to us and say, well, does that meet staff capacity? Does it meet council capacity? If the answer is no, then it's gonna be amongst us to figure out which ones are gonna fall off and go to year 2. Because I think we're too focused on 1 through 10 right now and not really focused on what it's gonna take to get them done. And
I think that's what we did in our 2-day session.
no, we didn't. We didn't go through the action items. We went through the overarching goals. And I think today's exercise, if I'm understanding correctly, because we've got the stuff in front of us, is to really understand what it's gonna take to get them done. So at the end of it, stormwater could end up with all of the action items being in year 1. Well, hello, council, that means that something's gotta fall off in year 1 if we're gonna do that, because I'm not sure that staff has the capacity to do it. Am I off base here, or is that what we're trying to, okay?
I want to retitle one word. Please don't view the number of action items in any given title, the priority, right? There might be 2 action items that take up 60% of staff's time. We're talking about resources needed to move the thing forward, right? And so I think your point is well taken, and I think Steve, you're right on in that you showcase what's priority 1 by the resources you put to it. That's how we know what's priority 1.
And I'm gonna ask that we go ahead and go into that first goals item. That initial, let me rephrase that.
So, you have something for
Protecting island character through managing growth. And so, the title is pretty descriptive, but what we're talking about here are land use policies, regulatory tools, community design standards, preservation strategies that guide future development so that it reflects the values and expectations of island residents on enhancing long-term quality of life. The strategy is coordination, right? Coordination of all of these tools that are in front of us. You've got a comprehensive growth management framework. That's the collection of all of these tools and tactics that will address the overarching goal. So these are the things that have to happen. These are the action items that are recommended.
I just want to say that I really appreciate the change in how we have worded this. In the last strategic plan, it was establish a growth management strategy. Now we're talking about protecting island character through managing growth. It's a significant change in the words, and that's why we're so passionate about what we're talking about today, because these words are important. This is what the public is going to look at and analyze each and every word. And so I just want to acknowledge that this is a significant change in our direction and our approach.
If I could, I want to acknowledge the feedback, including from you, that helped us with those words. You know, it's why I started out by saying I do believe that this V3 of the strategic plan, since I've arrived, is the best one ever. So I appreciate that Matt's saying goal X. I do think that by the end of today, we're going to figure that out. The cream will rise to the top. We should go through this with pace, because if we don't, we won't get it all done today.
Yeah, and we also need to know what we're working on, what's in progress, right?
And I'll help you here, Matt, as much as you need me.
So, updated land use element of the comprehensive plan, 1.1, right? X.1. That includes a growth framework map to guide where development should occur, a future land use map that aligns with future zoning and infrastructure investments, and a green print map that tells us where we're going to.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt. I think it'd be more helpful not to read line by line, but to focus on each of those action steps individually. And, you know, pick out the key words, like the key word in 1.1 is land use element of the comp plan. 1.2 is district plans. 1.3 is 1.4 is municipal code. Because if you, with all due respect, I like to hear you read, but it will take us forever.
I'd love to hear the sound of your voice, and I'll curtail it.
Well, Matt, I would say that, you know, we've asked y'all to come in and facilitate this, and how you feel best for us is what I would suggest.
And can I just add that, thank you, Mayor, for saying that, because while some of us may see keywords in one way, others of us may see other keywords that are, so I appreciate the effort that you're putting in.
So, under this first action item, questions, concerns, comments, consensus. Everybody agree that this is an action item that needs to be achieved?
Yeah, and I really want to hear back from council on this, because my recollection is that this has been a priority, a top priority, not only for council, but for the community. So please. Michael.
1.1 is good.
Good.
Front load and actionable in FY 26. 1.2 are the district plans we've discussed and the specific districts identified. Many of these underway already. Any issues from council, any concerns or questions? 1.3, the land management ordinance. I'll note that the land management ordinance, probably in every strategic action plan moving forward, is going to have FY, X, Y, and Z in it. The land use management ordinance should be evergreen, ever evolving.
Nancy.
I'm going to say something in a minute that I'm going to use the M word, and I'll explain that to you in a minute. So it takes time to do the land use element. The comp plan does not have that in there. I totally agree with that. District plans are in progress. LMO text is waiting in a way on the district plans. Meanwhile, we've got pinch points. We've got subdivisions with lot sizes we don't like. We've got too many timeshares. We're overwhelmed with short-term rentals. So I'm going to suggest that we add an action item called a limited moratorium. Yes, there's the M word. A limited moratorium on pinch points, the pressure points. That would be timeshares, short-term rental permits, and subdivisions, excluding family subdivisions. Because until we can relieve some of that pressure, we will not be able to protect our island character. It takes time. to create a new land management ordinance. And wait till the rubber hits the road when the new maps come out. And folks see how their property is affected by the text and the new maps. And we need some way to relieve that pressure between now and a couple of years from now.
I fully agree with you.
Absolutely.
Second?
So we tried this, discussion. How long ago was it now? I think you were definitely here as well as others, Melinda and
I like the M word.
Steve were not here. But we had this discussion about a moratorium. And coming out of that discussion, there was no consensus, no matter how much we tried to do exactly as you've said. Time has been lost, effort has been expended and put aside. So if we're talking about specifics with regard to a limited moratorium, I'd like to say two things, but I want to go one step further on that and ask, as I think I've mentioned to some other people, that we put on the agenda to create whatever it needs to be created, an ordinance, a change in use, that Hilton Head Island no longer, for the future, accepts permits for timeshares, that is done. That land use is off the table. Timeshares no longer can be permitted or built on Hilton Head. We have the existing ones that we have, so be it, but no more, we're done. We see the debacle, absolute debacle of what's happening over in the Follyfield area because of the timeshares that were permitted there. It's an embarrassment to the town for those who approved that. Shame on them. The work wasn't done ahead of time, and now we see the repercussions and the long-term destruction of that entire area. It's got to stop. There's nowhere on this island where any more of that is appropriate, wanted, or frankly necessary. And so I'm asking, Mayor, that we move with all rapid speed to remove timeshares as a use on Hilton Head Island for the future. The second thing that Patsy mentioned that I wanted to pick up on is the new plans that are coming out with regard to district plans. We've had meetings about this, we've talked about this, and I will work as hard to ensure that there's no disruption to the neighborhoods that exist, and that there's no surprises, and that what people bought into, it's no longer that people come onto Hilton Head and look to buy behind the gates. That's clear. There are neighborhoods, beautiful neighborhoods, substantial financial investments that have been made into those neighborhoods as residential neighborhoods that have been destroyed by the short-term rental commercial industry on this island. And it has to stop. And any district plan that specifies a specific area as a short-term rental designated spot will be fought with every ounce of my ability to make sure that that does not happen. It's not fair. Those who live here now never expected to be in the situation that they're in. They're not protected by a PUD covenants, and so this town must protect them. And it's time that we really get busy and start doing that. And that's about as forceful as I'm going to be about this, other than 1.3, where update the land management ordinance to align with district plans, which again is critical in terms of making sure we protect the existing neighborhoods outside the gates, and the comprehensive plan, which at 5.5 years now should be actively worked on to make sure that the comprehensive plan reflects the desires of the community and the council today.
Other thoughts on what's been said?
So we got a proposal for a moratorium out, limited moratorium.
The limited moratorium language, can that be expanded to include the short-term rental prohibition, although I think you referenced that it's already included in there. You're talking about more longer-term look at that, but longer-term.
I am not I am not looking to take anyone's property rights away, but we've done a horrible job outside of the gates of managing short-term rentals and how we understand residential neighborhood versus commercial entity. And that's a discussion that we need to focus in on. There has to be a solution. There are neighborhoods that are run by LLC, the homes, the mini hotels that are bigger than the Bluffton Inn, that indeed do take up every inch of the land with impervious surface, which goes back to our infrastructure and stormwater issues that we have. That's, as Steve DeSimone, Councilman DeSimone said, has been a priority since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of this town, the purpose of even creating the town was to help manage the growth and the structure of the island, because Beaufort County was doing such a horrible job of it. And every book you read, every document you see, it's all about managing growth. And here we are still trying to do that, and in most respects, not even many, but most respects, we fail. The residential neighborhoods outside of the gates are absolutely overcome with a quality of life that they never expected. And so I don't want to discuss in a quick way what we do about limitations in terms of numbers or via a moratorium on short-term rentals, because we have to talk about property rights. We have to talk about residential neighborhood, and we have to talk about and understand commercial entity. And those discussions haven't been had. So I hope that's clear. It's clear in my mind. It seems to, but Mayor, that's a conversation that really needs to be something at the top of our list.
What I'm thinking is that this is a discussion item that needs to be on there as a strategic action plan. For us to come up with some kind of a resolution here to come forward in July, I'm not sure that's feasible, because there needs to be a lot more information to come forward. But I think adding it there for a discussion purpose is feasible. But I'll entertain other comments.
Yes, I am supportive of taking a look at this and adding it as an action item. You know, when I think about the three categories that you talked about, timeshare goes right up to the top for me as well. And then the other two that were mentioned are going to require a lot more conversation, but I think that conversation is good. I was assuming we were going to have some of that in our housing workshop as well as we wrestle with housing. And so I am supportive of adding it as an item under this category.
To add the action item of limited moratorium at this time, and to understand that the land management ordinance updates discussions would be reflective of Ms. Beck.
Discussion and exploration, yes.
Thank you. That's the idea of a limited moratorium, is that it pauses certain things to give you the time for discussion. It's not just limited in focus, but it's limited in time.
And my point is that it's another discussion we need to have outside of here, right? Because we do have a lot of other items to cover. And I'm sure there'll be additional conversations, but Mark, you have a comment?
Well, no, this is great discussion. And what I appreciate is there's at least 4 of you that said that. We're going to add it. We will put an assessment of a moratorium, whatever those proper words are. If you have some ideas before the end of the day, share them. We don't want to get those wrong and have a sticking point with the approval of the strategic plan that will bring you in July. What's really important that I simply clarify is the difference between a major subdivision, right? Those are the subdivisions we see up and down the roads from, that I call Anywhere USA, right? And that we're trying to get our development and design standards appropriate. Different than somebody splitting their lot to sell a piece or to clear up some family home issues. So am I clear that it's all subdivisions or major subdivisions, which are 5 and more, or more than 5? More than 5.
More than 5, and the other exception is family subdivisions.
Ask family subdivisions. Can you specify exactly what you're referring to?
They're defined. There are 2 things that came out of the Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force, and that is to have family compounds and family subdivisions. It's those family subdivisions specific, defined in the LMO.
Right, that's what I thought you meant. And I'm going to push back a little, because each and every time we take a step to do something, we continue to do what I think is unhealthy for any community. And we start to separate this portion from that portion and make rules for one that don't apply to others. On Hilton Head, we're one community and one island. And I do not see that difference as being a healthy situation. If we're going to do something, we do it for everyone equally. And it applies that way across the board. So I would not be supportive. If that was the intent, then I won't support a moratorium of any sort, period. Is one island, or that's it?
Other thoughts on the carve out?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess I'll preface my comments with, we're currently in the process of focusing on some land management ordinance priority amendments. And to a large degree, those were identified pinch points for us. I'll just use the example of timeshares. If timeshares is a pinch point for us, then maybe that's an LMO priority that we work on right away, okay? I think we're gonna struggle with the M word and also trying to protect property rights. I just feel like that's a very slippery slope. I understand the reason for the conversation, but I just want to put that out there. If there are things that we want to deal with, we can make them LMO priority amendments is where my mind is going first. And as far as the exclusions, I think that's important for us to keep in mind, because one shoe doesn't fit all. We spend a lot of time, I'm speaking directly to the item as far as the Gullah Geechee recommendations are concerned. We've seen a lot of loss of land because of certain conditions in the environment. And the whole reason that there were asked of exceptions was to make sure that we keep back to the mission and vision an inclusive and multi-dimensional community. So I think that piece has to be talked about as far as whatever change we're going to make, because again, one size does not always fit all. So I just wanted to react to that since you wanted to hear from it.
I think the mayor was getting at this and back to pace. Defined policy of a moratorium is have to come later, and so I do encourage you to have that debate and for us to be a bit more general in our language around establish a moratorium for priority development types, to allow for the land management ordinance updates to play out. And at the policy discussion, you all can take your positions and take your stands, and if 4 votes shake out, 4 votes shake out, and if they don't, they don't.
Exactly. This is not the time to have that
Policy
that
discussion
policy
is gonna be a
discussion.
little bit deeper,
Yeah.
right? So we will add moratorium as an action item. X.4, municipal
Yeah,
code.
and if you add a moratorium as an action item, is that for discussion purposes as you just defined it? Is that clear in this document? So
this
I would make that clear in this
Say
document.
this document can't bind any of you to a future vote.
Right.
What we're looking for is consensus, so what I was looking for was a majority of heads nodding and to understand the concerns of the folks that aren't nodding. Because if we can't get to 4 or 5 folks who want to at least discuss a moratorium, then we shouldn't put it as an action item. It sounds to me like there's opportunity for discussion, but again, it all depends on variables as we've discussed. And so if we get the wall in the policy discussion, you're not bound to vote for it just because it's in the.
Right.
I would favor, when you talk about moratoriums, adding at the beginning, consider moratoriums at all. So instead of saying we're gonna have some, I think we ought to consider the question of whether we should have some.
Discussion surrounding moratorium.
And keep in mind, this is a workshop, right? For us to figure out how to move forward with this, vote on it in July's meeting as to what it states. This is for the purpose of building it, not discussing the intricacies of policy.
Yeah, can I,
Town code amendments that are listed here, parking, park rules, short-term rental rules, all of these items,
And you see that displayed
out over multiple years, will continue to evolve.
and a number of those, I just want to point out that some of those are done or being worked on. And I don't know how you identify that with an asterisk, though abandoned boats. It's an ongoing issue. It's a current ongoing issue. Is this indicating that our abandoned boat policy that we have in place isn't strong enough, or should there be an asterisk that says we have a policy in place? Noise, thank you all for agreeing to address the noise outside the gates. That's been done. I think we're satisfied at this point. A number of these other things we're working on. Is there any way? My concern is that someone picks up this book and they begin to look at it and they say, "Oh, well, this is what has to be done." They don't understand what you just outlined, that it's a discussion and can be changed later. I do appreciate, under your next steps in y'all's narrative, ahead of the work portion of this binder, it says town's leaders should review the strategies in full each year and make necessary revisions, refinements as the plan is executed. This ensures that the plan is a living document, staying relevant over the course of the planning horizon. And I think that's important for everyone to know when they pick this up, that it's a living document and it's not a prescriptive, here's what you're doing and move forward. That's it.
John, Mark, I would ask that within this document, there is some kind of an indicator that what is it currently in progress and moving forward and or completed, because it does say that, okay, and as I asked earlier, as we move through this, what is being worked on? We don't want to stop that. We don't want to stop that momentum. But for the public, when they pick this up and look at it, okay, these are things that are in motion. Maybe instead of 26, 27, 28 current, 27, 28. I know this is going forward. I know I'm asking a lot, but I'm just.
Maybe we just ought to take off the list of things that we just did.
We go back. Those wouldn't be up there if they were complete, without respect. I think that, as an example, we've learned a little bit about abandoned boats. There's been a recent SC code change. Bob has struggled, I would say, more alignment with Beaufort County Sheriff's Office. We've learned that the code needs to be calibrated slightly, so that we have more teeth. Now that we have funds, we have the accountability and responsibility. Those are up there with even the administrative citations. We adopted it, and then it was great. And I'm surprised that we didn't add it in there. But when we adopted a administrative citation for parking, we didn't include for trash, litter. And so at the meeting, you asked us to come back and calibrate that. Please allow us to keep all of those up there. I think that it's a healthy process to continue to work with the committee chair and the mayor to set that agenda based on priority. This is helping me. So here's an example, and I will share a real world town manager example. I come to work and I start trying to work on administrative citations or abandoned boats. If it's not in here and one of you ask me to start doing it, I'm now torn with, do I work on this or do I go work on stormwater? Do I work on the moratorium? For me, it's a bit of a consensus or an agreement of the what. The timing still has to be worked out. I would say there's so much in here we're already working on. I'm going to recommend that we just leave year one and use our ability to know what's started or not, because the second I put what we started in here, 3 weeks later, I'll start something else, and now the plan is off for the community.
Mark, I appreciate that, and that's exactly what I want to hear from
Yes.
you, because you're the ones that have to implement.
Thank you. All right, X.5. Matt, I'll help with pace because we're behind. Design guide, update the land management ordinance, and the design guide have to go hand in hand. We handed out the design guide. When I say we, I mean Sean Leiniger. I wasn't even there. Sorry, I didn't want him to call me out on it. I'll do it myself. But Sean handed out the design manual, the design guide to our great group of folks in the design review board, handed them a guide, gave them a Sharpie, gave them a couple cameras, a camera with a green dot, not a blue dot, don't worry, and a red dot, and said, take some photos of things you like and take some things of photos you don't like and get back to us. Let's start improving the design guide, but with the use put to work our design review board. That is underway. The land acquisition manual, we keep trying to update it. It shows year one. I do want you all to talk about that. Is it an immediate? We bought a lot of land with the manual we have, but what's not in that manual are clarity on density rights and workforce housing. We're trying to update that manual, but frankly, I keep putting it aside with these two gentlemen, plus Ben, because we're working on other things. Land acquisitions, that's self-explanatory. The X.8, as Matt would call it, once the LMO is in place, rather than simply on board, we know we need to dive into more robust training and improvement of design review board, planning commission, staff alignment, as we're reviewing those site plans for subdivisions, as we're reviewing the design review board overlay district properties for approval. And I think X.8, 1.8 up there shares that. 1.9 is our stance, right? Our positioning that we still, while we're focused locally, we're still very, very focused and positioned regionally. 1.10, complete the 5-year review of the town's comprehensive plan. There's a requirement in the state law that says update your plan every 10 years. Review and assess. You don't have to update, but review and assess. And if there's any major flaws, make those changes every 5. When was the comprehensive plan adopted, sir? 2020. So this is the year. We put in there 3 years because, again, if we are updating the comprehensive plan, I'm going to back up a little bit. If we are updating the comprehensive plan, bringing you forward moratorium language, it's not a hard exercise, but it's a lift. If we are acquiring land, updating the land acquisition manual, updating the design guide, updating the entire LMO, finishing the districts, which several of them are on Sean's desk as a good V1 draft, and whatever else, go back a page, Matt. I think I've got it all. And then bringing forward to you those priority LMO amendments. I think there's 7 or 8 total. We're bringing you 3 or 4 at the next meeting. If we try to do all that in year one, that's all we're going to do. Because year one starts in a couple days. So I just set the table.
So, Mr. Orlando wanted us to react to the land acquisition manual piece. Okay. I'm in alignment with the way that everything else is laid out, X.5 through X.10. As far as the land acquisition manual is concerned, I will admit when I first arrived, I had concerns about our land acquisition strategies. There was not a land or town-owned land inventory, so to speak. We now have the dashboard that helps us understand where we own land, what was the intent behind it. I know that the current land acquisition manual is referred to whenever we are making land purchases. And in the spirit of not adding additional work to year one, I think we are very aggressive in our land acquisition at the moment. And I, for one, am supportive of that, okay? Because I think one of the ways that we curb development and preserve our island character is own the dirt. That way you don't have to worry about somebody else taking you somewhere you don't want to go. So for discussion purposes, is reaction to X.6, thank you. I would be comfortable with you moving that to the outer years, just so that staff loosens up some capacity.
Linda?
Why, thank you. And, the mayor knows to look at me regarding this, because I'm the person who's pushing it. So, and the reason I'm pushing it, yes, we do have a land management strategy document that hasn't been updated in some time. And now we're looking at new strategies that we haven't really documented what our policy is in regards to that. You know, as we are looking at development rights and that type of thing, I think we need to understand what our position is. So I'm very policy focused as we are making monetary decisions and financial decisions using taxpayer dollars, that we should have a policy. So that's where I stand on that.
The other thing I would add, as we update it, is look at the title acquisition, because we own property now, and sometimes we're leasing property, sometimes we're conveying away an easement, and sometimes we're actually selling property for a specific purpose. So I think we need to move beyond the term acquisition as part of that update.
On a different one, and
Let's stay on this one.
on 1.6, okay,
Yeah, let's stay on this one until,
okay, then on 1.6, I really don't have a lot, to say. There, how's
So,
that for a surprise?
let me ask, Sean, on the land acquisition manual, in terms of a lift, how heavy that is.
I think we have a great foundation in the current manual. I do agree. I think the last time it was updated, it was like 2008. It does provide good guidelines. It was written at a time when we were issuing a lot of bond referendum, and now we've got some other things with the green space money and some other things. So it depends on how much deviation council expects as we move forward. But I don't think it's a big lift. But I don't want to say that 15 times throughout today.
Well, I mean, from an expectation of council to have a document ready to go by the end of fiscal year 26, is that unreasonable?
I'll jump in. No,
Is it unreasonable with the workload that you have?
well, can we just like have a conversation? It's the
Yeah.
workload y'all have.
Yeah, no, I know. But
I can do this next Saturday.
this is what I'm getting to, Mark, is to when it comes to us.
Yes.
Right.
So let's do this for a second. Take a look, Matt's driving, but if we look at action items, and I think this is the conversation that may help us as we kind of get through this goal, whatever. We have so far now 11 items under this first discussion item. That's 11 months of one item a month on your agenda. So what I think we have to really pay attention to, based on the way it's baked right now, there's 4 absolutes that don't see sunlight next July 1. That's okay. Those would be the comprehensive plan amendment by layering some mapping in the growth or in the land use element, which we all crave, especially, and Ms. Bryson's right. When we show everyone what we think we heard or what we think we project as a future land use map, that is a lot of work to do. We are never going to put something on the table that all 7 of you completely agree with and we get right the first time. That's going to take some work. So that comprehensive plan is a lift, but we're saying year 1. We're saying the district plans, which we adopted a Mid-Island district plan with a lot less effort in the past. The district plans, though, drive the future land use map. So that's year 1. The ones that blend into year 2 or beyond, right? If this is year 1 starting in a couple days, the LMO, we're gonna write the LMO. Writing the LMO is the easy part. Understanding it and adopting it needs to be the time that we are in the community with the document, hearing that feedback with your feedback. So that is going to blend past that year. Town code amendments, it's interesting. If we wanna give a parking ticket, we have to change the code. If we want to give a ticket for littering out of the back of your truck, we have to change the code. Almost everything that we're faced with here from a capacity standpoint, right, the 20 pounds, everything in our code needs to be updated. That will take some time, but, so we're prioritizing those almost as a reactive necessity right now, okay? Design guide, that's going to take us a minute because we can't adopt the design guide until we adopt the LMO. Even though we continue to have DRB applications that not everybody's aligned on, especially big houses, small lots, little setbacks. And let alone commercial. Land acquisition manual, absolutely. That's not a big lift. We want to get that right. There has to be a matrix of why you're making the decisions. That's what's going to take the lift, right? The rubric as it's called. Advancing land acquisitions, that's an all the time. Training our boards, that's year 3. Collaborating regionally, that's year 1. Gosh, I was on the phone last night with Beaufort County. We're constantly doing that. It's almost not a strategic item, but if it's not in here, our community will look at that and wonder if we're being strategic regionally. Updating the comprehensive plan, I think it's important, but I want to make sure we know that updating in this section, updating the land use element in our mind as a staff is most important. We can't keep getting that one wrong. Or we can't keep not getting that one right. I sound like an attorney there. Sorry, Curtis. And then this consideration of moratorium, it's as much of a science and an assessment as anything. So if we look at it, moratorium year 1, land acquisition year 1, updating the comp plan land use element year 1, and overall districts year 1. That's a healthy book of work. And Ms. Tunner's right. We struggle bringing you land acquisitions because we're trying to be, behind the scenes aligned with policy too. We're talking about acquiring density. What does that mean? How do we align with the green space map and all of those goals? So far, 4 things in year 1. Those are easy to do, but we still have 9 more. So right now, yes, but we have 9 more. It all depends on what you say for the following 9. That help?
It does help, and I think it's going to warrant more conversation towards the end as we go through it. So I'd like to move on from goal A. If there are not any other comments at this time.
1.9, I just want to make a comment. Collaborate with Beaufort County, as Mark just said, regional agencies and state partners to align growth management and infrastructure planning. And I'm making this comment because for the last 7 years or so, we have worked with our partners and with, I think, a different mindset than they had. Many people think of Hilton Head as a cash cow, as a destination to drive as many people to. They aren't interested in our growth management. They are interested in our infrastructure planning as we see it within the character and the expectations of the quality of life on Hilton Head. And so I understand the collaboration, but I don't like the word to align growth management and infrastructure planning, because their expectations, in my mind, as we've seen with the bridge and the corridor, is not aligned with what this town wants and expects. So I don't know how we change that or work within that, but I want to make sure that it's not perceived as being, we are here listening to the county and other regional agencies telling us what to expect. I often hear, as most of all of us do, well, you have to prepare for what's happening on the other side of the bridge. They're building all the way out to 95, and this is their beach. Well, this whole South Carolina beach is everyone's beach. That is absolutely true, but it's our town. And they're influencing how our town will look and behave and what our quality of life for our residents are going to be. And that has to be the first thing that we put as a priority and that we stick firm to as we represent the 37, whatever the number is, 1,000 people who live on Hilton Head. If we don't do that, then there's no reason to be doing anything. So I don't like the way this is worded, is really what I'm trying to get at, and those are the reasons why. I don't like the align our growth management. We drive that truck. Well,
Our growth management.
I think it's as simple as partners to align, it's partners to protect character through managing growth. I mean, it's the same thing as what the title is, right? It's managed growth, not growth management.
That's a good way to put it, Mayor. It's to partners to protect the growth management and infrastructure.
Managed growth.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Something in that realm.
Yeah.
Something in that realm. Wordsmith it.
You can wordsmith, as
got it.
long as a line comes out of it, I'm fine.
Yeah.
May I just point your attention quickly to the KPIs up on the page? We, as a team, believe that these will help us, town council, staff, community, measure our success. And what we will use these for, and I've explained this, we've talked about this, is to embed these KPIs, these measurement statements into our annual report. Doesn't mean the only thing we will measure. It's not the only thing we'll report on. There's a lot of success and there's a lot of things we need to keep learning from. But these, we think, reflect the most. So, okay.
Okay.
If I could,
Yes,
one
go
quick
ahead.
thing on the KPIs, and this is, I think, my only KPI comment, is that I don't like percentage of applications reviewed within targeted customer service time period. I think that's okay at a department level, but I don't want us to speed up looking at applications, especially when we don't like a lot of them. So I would strike that one KPI.
Review doesn't improve, right? Review is, we come in, we evaluate it against the standards and
I maintain my argument.
I think it is actually a very valid aspect because we're talking about being a customer service oriented business that is making certain that applications are processed timely and effectively. And if we're looking at our pull through, right, how quickly somebody gets a denial is just as important as how quickly somebody gets an approval. So I think it needs to stay in there because I think it helps drives the daily business aspect.
It's an interesting metric that
I don't think it protects our island character.
All right, hang on. Before we go to the next goal, I'm going to ask the public if they have any comments on this. I know we didn't have anybody sign up, but does anybody, we get 3 minutes. Does anybody like to have any comments at this time? Or you can say to the end, whatever, but yeah, yes, that microphone.
Speaking here?
Yes.
Okay, that's weird. Right there, that's weird. Okay. Katie Henderson, Hilton Head Plantation. So growth definitely needs to be limited. Several of us have asked for moratoriums in years past and not been heard at all. As far as the island character goes, I think you should encourage development in dilapidated and blighted areas, rezone and offer incentives for redevelopment. I think that's the key to that.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Harrington.
Trouble when you know my name. Could go either way. My name is Linda Harrington, Indigo Run. I have never understood in the 14 years I've lived here why none of you have considered a moratorium. This growth has grown exponentially. Just drive down by Islanders Beach. Those timeshares, when they're really up and running, we are in such trouble. Why not a moratorium? I could think of probably 10 reasons to have one, and I can't think of one reason not to have one. That's my answer.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, let's go on to Goal number B.
Number B, so while we're getting the IT back up and running, I'll just flip to goal number B, ask you to look at your book.
I'm going to ask council if we can focus on, you know, the goals, the strategies, the KPIs, not the minutia of the actual policies, because we've got a lot of things to cover throughout.
Mayor, I'll start out. I like them all, no comment.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Second.
So we are here at,
Oh, don't go back. All right.
Enhanced major corridors and streets. This one is very straightforward. Critical infrastructure needs, improve quality of life, support economic vitality by investing in our corridors and transportation network, integrating community input, environmental resilience, and smart infrastructure to create safe, vibrant, accessible, and connected corridors. Item 1, advance Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor. I don't have a better name, but. Any thoughts, issues with items 1 through 3 here?
So if there is an opportunity to provide more clarity, given where we are, the fact that Beaufort County has taken over the project with the bridge. They just received funding from the STIB. And so is there an opportunity to reclarify? And then we need to focus on our corridor piece on the island. So it's just a matter of making that clear, because I don't think it's clear in here.
Yeah, and Mark, if you would just kind of address that real quick about, you know, a resolution coming forth in the next couple of months as to where we stand within or Sean, with what our goals are for that corridor.
Sean just whispered, he wants to address it. He's been, I'd call project point on this project for a long time, so.
Yeah, so the action of the South Carolina Transportation Infrastructure Bank yesterday was in support of the resolution sent by Beaufort County, which would execute the new complete eastbound bridge connection. But what it does is it commits all of the funding, including the $80 million local referendum funds, to the project. And if there's any money left over, that is returned to the SIB. So what we will focus on is the master plan and funding plan for the improvements that will take place, you know, between Windmill Harbor or Jenkins Island through the Cross Island. And so we have had a lot of previous council discussion and action and recommendations that have helped guided improvements that were expected in that corridor. We're currently working to refine that master plan, but come back to council to make sure that we're aligned in the master plan itself, and then have an engineering opinion of probable cost and develop a funding strategy to move forward. That is going to include some collaboration and coordination with both the county, the state, and other agencies, LATS in particular, as we look at ways to fund the implementation of projects that are needed to improve safety, mobility, access, and capacity of that system.
You have a preliminary timeline as to the so-called master plan?
So we plan to bring a master plan to you. We've talked about September, October to have that before town council. We've also coordinated with Senator Davis about state funding cycle, and they go back under discussion in January. And so would like to deliver to him what we have aligned at council to execute later by end of year.
Thank you.
So where is their funding? Where is the funding ending at this point? At what location? What's the point? Is it Windmill Harbor? Or where's the funding ending for the project that was just approved?
Yeah, so it'll include it's basically a bridge project and the other infrastructure needed to implement it, which will include the access road to Hog Island and Mariners Cove. So it'll go all the way through to the Windmill Harbor signal because that new access road will have connections to that area.
All the expense for that work is on the county and the state.
It's within the current project budget that was proposed to the infrastructure bank yesterday.
How much land is there between that point and where the town's limits start?
Well, actually, the town limits on the north side of Jenkins Island begin within that area, and so
So there's an overlap there.
Yeah, and so some of that connection or new frontage road to Hog Island would impact some of town-owned property there. Yes, ma'am.
So there's no place that's apparently, I don't want to belabor this. I know there's a better time for this conversation, but I still can't believe that the 2018 referendum dollars, which were specific to go to Benchwells, correct? Squire Pope.
To Squire Pope in the
Squire
referendum.
Pope, are now being taken away, and that burden is being put on the town. That seems to be inconsistent. I don't know how it's legally not going to be challenged. But I guess the basis of what I was trying to get to for this point was whether or not there was any gap between where the county's project's going to end and the expectation of where the town will pick up with our master plan. Not to be difficult, but I'm not interested in covering anybody else at this point after what the position they've put us in. And I believe they have put us in a position by ignoring the full intent of the 2018 referendum and the $80 million that was supposed to be spent further onto our island that now we have to figure out how to fund.
I'm going to ask if we
Yeah,
could move on.
it's a wrong time for this conversation, but Mayor, we should really have this conversation.
No, I don't disagree with
Yeah,
that, but
if you
for
can find a
today's
time,
purpose,
yeah, if you can find a time, I really would like to talk about it. But while we're talking about this, back to your point, 2.2, it includes language about complete street principles. I want to be really clear that I am not interested in having that language in goal B. As if you look at the complete street principles that are out there, they're not consistent with the island character that we have. Certainly there are elements that we have already discussed and are willing to incorporate, but the entire idea of complete streets should not be part of our strategic goals or any action plans.
Any takeaway or additional comment on that particular piece, the piece of item 2?
I support multimodal, but I'm not supportive of complete streets. I think you can accomplish the multimodal through our pathways and not necessarily have that on the
I've got some items. One, I want to go back to Councilwoman Turner's point on point 1. Not sure if it's necessary, but to eliminate any confusion about where we're putting our efforts, because I'm understanding it, it will be within the town limits that we are going to put our efforts now, not outside of the town as far as 2.B is concerned. And moving on to the KPIs, the last one, level of town and county private sector investment in corridor projects. I'm wondering if there's need for us to include the state, because they tend to have dollars that can help us along the way. I know we spent some time with getting easements from them so that we can move some projects along more expeditiously. If we left it out for a reason, I'd like to understand that, but if not, it's just.
I'm sorry, I was whispering a question to him. Take what out? I heard the state?
This last
Okay.
Level of town,
Yeah.
county and private, wondering why state.
Great.
State lats, you know.
All of it.
I would just look carefully at what comes along with that, with regard to strings and expectations. We have found previously that we've gotten into things that we can't get out of. And,
Our preference is that it reads intergovernmental at all levels.
Perfect.
Last, which is a regional.
Perfect.
In terms of complete streets, complete streets is a concept and a policy that embodies a fair number of things. That's not what this particular statement, as I read it, says. It simply says take into account the principles there. And those principles essentially mean that we don't focus solely on motor vehicles, that we deal with pedestrians and cyclists as well. So I think it's perfectly fine the way it is.
I think for everyone's benefit, for those who aren't familiar with it, before we approve this document, that we get a memo or something, some information, or everyone does their own due diligence as a council and make sure they understand complete streets before you vote on it.
A lot of things, and I initially didn't read this as adopting the entire complete streets philosophy for each segment of roadway, but outlets of complete streets that align with the community character, pedestrian, cyclist connectivity where it's appropriate, kind of thing. But we should be up to speed on it before you formally adopt. 4 or 5 here, we talked about a bit, and the KPIs we talked about. Other questions or concerns in this section?
Others? No?
You see, I didn't say anything else.
I held you to it. Is there anybody from the public that would like to make a comment on this? Mr. Babel? Okay. You're on my timer, Frank.
Still here. First of all, thank you very much for the SIP and all your support. We're moving forward, I guess, and that's pretty exciting. Just very quickly, just a reminder that there is a Beaufort County bike ped master plan that's been approved basically by all the different municipalities and the county and the LATs and everybody else. It exists, it's been around for a few years, and we should take advantage of it to know it's there. I would say probably the biggest constraint from its success is the fact that it can't get easements for pathways, and it doesn't have the resources to go get them. And so it just takes time. And so it gets taken to the cleaner for, being incompetent because it can't get easements. That's one of the biggest problems. They're going to do something about that, and maybe you can help them. I would say also it's really, really important we start looking at education more. And our people who come here, speed, and we're the people who are driving here, speed all the time. And we don't have enforcement. So we have to do something about that if we're gonna, we used to have a lot of people who were killed here, frankly. We don't have them nowadays, thank goodness, because I guess there's so many bikes and cars, they don't do it. But we've got to do something about that. Education is really important, and we have to create a philosophy of an attitude about the way you operate your vehicles and bikes on the pathways. We've got to do something about e-bikes. We have to go to phase 2. We've got a couple of small groups of people who are causing a problem. We've got to do something about that. We should be aware of that, and we can probably, hopefully, handle that. We should also realize that SCDOT has been known as an organization that it knows roads. It's the road people. That's who they are. That's who they've been forever. But they're actually changing. They're becoming a transportation organization. And they actually could be doing something that's kind of interesting. So I would make sure we're aligned with them and learning from them about what they're doing about transportation as opposed to just traffic, okay? And I think you need people to go up there every once in a while and find out what's going on and encourage their support. I'd also, lastly, I'd recommend Sea Pines cracked the code in getting people to the beach.
by using bikes. And, we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bikes going to the beach, and it works. We really haven't looked at that seriously. We have a few bike racks up here and there, and the folks are doing a really good job on maintenance nowadays, but we're not doing the job we could, thinking through a multimodal way to get transportation, not just cars, figuring out how to get to the beach, but also look at something else like bikes, okay?
Yep.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much. And good luck to you all.
Mr. Bessie?
Richard Busy, Indigo Run. As you all know, the bridge and corridor have been understudy for 7+ years. And at the rate we're going, we'll probably look at another 7 years, study after study after study. The town, as you well know, spent $500,000 plus on a big study, right? And we don't have a master plan for the corridor. On January 9th, this town council directed the staff to develop a Stony master plan, and I hear from Sean this morning that that's going to be ready in, I guess, September or October, he mentioned. And the 2018 sales tax referendum, about $70 million was allocated for the corridor. Well, we've lost that money because of the actions of the county council. The technical working group, of which I was a member, spent a lot of time and proposed a lot of alternatives, most of which, well, all of them, suggestions were pretty much ignored by the consultant and ignored by the town leadership. 50% of the traffic coming onto the island is bound for the Cross Island Parkway, and yet there's not an easy access from when you get off the bridge at Windmill Harbor to the Cross Island Parkway. Capacity is a key issue. I think I heard that word once today. Traffic capacity and tourist capacity. We've got to do better in terms of a corridor that works and not a 6-lane expressway through the north end of the island. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Gain speed. Had fun.
More time of resilience. You understand this to mean responsiveness. Our responsiveness and ability to recover from future shocks and stressors, weather, environment, natural disasters. Any thoughts or questions on items 1 through 4?
Number 3, goal C, I don't know how we're doing this anymore. Goal C, up the resilience document. Quite honest about that, but before it gets finished, I think we should incorporate some of the items that I'm hoping we're going to collapse into from goal D, stormwater management and infrastructure. That's a comment on that. Under 3.3, talked a little bit about. But I think we should be talking about how we integrate
Yeah, I got a comment. We need, focus on talk about the retention project. Our dollars. And I think some of us have had this conversation, maybe all of you know it or don't. I belong to Hilton Head. Permit anywhere, come out and take our sand and move out. Time for beach renourishment, we have no sand for renourishment. Without that, we need to, so important, that cycle comes around that we're able to do something cost effective. Offshore to try to retain our asset, put our money in a position that for longevity.
So I would ask, first of all, I mean, on that, if that is something that goes into the goals, would you expect that to be year 1, 2, 3, or further out?
I think it's here we're in the beginning of a beach renourishment now, and we're going to be looking again. If we get a storm, it could be next year, but we're looking again 5 to 8 years from now to do it again. Our next cycle, 3 to 4 years, that we start looking at retention of our asset and actually performing some retention.
Are you looking for something more explicit than what's in three
Yes,
point two?
3.2.
Well, well, yeah, I mean, it says, what are you, 3.2, you said?
Yes.
Got it in every fiscal year, but it's just not, I don't think that language focuses on what I'm actually trying to describing. And if everyone, do you understand what I'm describing by retaining our asset?
I'm sort of playing this out because I think it's called out in 3.2, but I think what Mr. Desimone is looking for is what's the KPI that relates to it. I just think, to his point, we need to, at the end of all this, understand pros and cons to continuing to do it the way that we've been doing it, or if there's another way that we should be looking at it. And to me, that's an indicator that we can measure ourselves on as we're having this discussion on 3 point.
I think it goes just a little bit further, and that is, what kind of system could be implemented off the beaches to maintain sand, and that comes through our consultants. So maybe just a little bit of a clarification within that 3.2 to add something in there so that we understand it, right? The pros and the cons.
Yeah, I mean, as time progresses, you see what we collect.
Yep.
Cost of things gets so expensive that we're not going to be able to circumstances, so we need to retain our beach and start thinking about that as.
We know what you're saying. We're trying to say it. We have to wordsmith it a little bit. I don't think it's is as implicit as, the managing of the asset itself. We are trying to say the long-term sustainability, and to us, that means more of the same might be a lot more funding in the future that might not be affordable, sustainable. There are other maybe means and methods. Let us try to wordsmith that. We know what you're after. And if it would help us too.
3.2 to be boiled down into dollars and cents.
It would help us too, as you digest today, help us with some wording too later. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Betsy?
Couple things, one nit in 3.4 should say municipal code. So, then with regard to what constitutes resilience and why it's so important, we had a workshop, in October of 2024 with regard to, the resilience plan. There was a request for a proposal. We did look at the, that request for proposal, what the scope of work was. That was reviewed last year, before the RFP went out. And if you look at the table of contents, it's very helpful to see what's included in the resilience plan. In addition, there were, workshops, there was also 2 open houses held within the last year on the resilience plan, where the consultant Dewberry came in and listened to the public and had maps and other displays about information on resilience, and those were fairly well attended. So that's where I would look. I'm just looking at, if you wonder why I'm looking at my cell phone, it's because I brought it to be able to look at the town's website. So if you Google the word, or sorry, search for, we don't use Google on our website. If you search for the term resilience, you'll see a link to a lot of those. That would be very helpful. And perhaps, as requested, send out the staff report from that October the definition of resilience and what's included in our resilience. That would be helpful for understanding. But this does need to be, to remain as a key goal in my book.
I'm just going to go back to, there was discussion when we first started today with regard to all of that having been said, how we integrate perhaps the next goal, invest in stormwater management infrastructure into the resilience. Because to me, it seems as though, and it sounded like to others, it seemed as though it's really one effort. And so it could be collapsed and it could be integrated. And so I see as 3.1, the resilience plan, and yes, there's all of that, but I don't see that as really incorporating some of the things that today, as a practical matter, are issues that we're dealing with across the island, which have to do with stormwater. And so therefore, I would request, as I heard initially, that we look at how we integrate the two. If you move on to the next one, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, 4.4 is prepare an island-wide stormwater master plan. Shouldn't that be 4.1 if it were to stay independent, or shouldn't that be an effort that's worked on within the resiliency plan, or the resiliency plan within the stormwater plan, however you want to put it? Just seems to me that there's work to be done along those lines. And I thought that's what some of what we wanted to talk about here today.
If I might, when I met, one of them, two, whatever, some of these stood out to me as they needed to have their own because they are so important. As I'm looking at this right now, could it be reinforce island resilience and stormwater infrastructure investment? Because there are a lot of ties back and forth between these two, and put them into one. I'm throwing something out there for consideration and discussion. Very two important aspects that will be ongoing. Thoughts?
I will say, for nesting, for looking for
Yeah.
which way it nests, then clearly stormwater as a measure of resilience, right? Stormwater management as a measure of approach towards resilience. And to your point, a stormwater master plan that aligns with the goals we have on the plan. And so, back to the how these dots got fanned out and what on there, just making sure or feeling good about your ability to say, I would have ranked stormwater number 1 and resilience number 8. But now, not me personally, sorry, I'm just using how that then changes the real ranking. Mark that afternoon, we're ask you kind of absorb these 10 and think about how they might be collapsed. We're going to go through a collapse exercise and through a new ranking.
All right. Perfect.
And I appreciate that, we can, supportive of what the mayor, recommended as well. But I do want to make the point that as we adopt the resilience plan, which I haven't seen the resilience plan, but when I go and look at what other entities have for resilience plans, there's a lot in there. I mean, if you just look at the first page that indicates what all the topics are, it's massive. So I don't want to lose sight of that, because if we adopt that plan, there's going to be a significant amount of work that will need to come with that in those outer years. So,
Think about those, that catalytic domino, right? If you're holding stormwater investment align with what you got that plan, there's got to be an order, and there's got to be a
I could,
Yeah, go ahead, Patsy.
so I would request if we could, or I'll go do it, if we could copy the table of contents that comes out of our scope of work for the resilience plan for us during lunchtime and hand it out. How we might collapse and prioritize. That'd be very helpful, because to Ms. Tunner's point, when you look at resilience plans, yes, stormwater, I've been advocating for years now for an island-wide stormwater system, because we need water, and I'm so glad to see that in here. And stormwater is a big piece of it, but also the building code is, the water systems are, how we recover from storms is. And I think it would be very helpful for us to see that as a resilience plan. Staff report, but I pulled it up on the website the other day, and it's easy to find, and you can see how important it is, because that, as I've said before, if we don't have a resilience plan, we won't have an island.
John, if you would.
Mayor Perry, members of council, just go backward just a minute, because there's a couple new council members since we had some of those workshops, and we've had some of those community meetings regarding the resilience plan. We did have that workshop in October. Councilman Bryson did a great job summarizing that workshop. I will print for you and bring you a copy of the current contents that we are working on. But from that workshop, the consultant has completed the SWOT analysis. That's the background information and kind of path forward, and develop this table of contents that we're all talking about. Councilman Tunner, to your point, yes, some resilience plans are very comprehensive. They cover a lot of different topics. Ours is a little bit more focused on, not that we don't get into some other topics, but it's more focused on infrastructure and those impacts that the town is responsible for and can control. So you'll see that in that table of contents, and I'll make sure to provide that. We also have a workshop on this topic later this year. I think it's in December, after some of the CIP stormwater workshops that we have scheduled this year. More to come on that topic.
May I point, I just want to point something out, which was also part of the initial discussions that we heard earlier this morning. Going back to the dots, stormwater infrastructure, or infrastructure and emphasis on stormwater, as it was called, received 7 green dots, which is the highest number of green dots that anything received, along with assess and reinforce island resiliency. While it got 1 blue dot, which meant there was 1 council member who found that as a top priority, it only received, in addition to that being the case, it only received 3 green dots. And if you recall, green dots were not limited to 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. You could take however many green dots you had and place them on any individual topic. So the 3 green dots does not necessarily even mean that there were 3 council members who wanted to emphasize that point, but it could have been 1 or 2 or 3. So my point being that to elevate, assess and reinforce island resiliency above infrastructure and emphasis on stormwater is not proper. And we ought to re-look at that. And as we're going to discuss collapsing it, I would like to make sure that there's a heavy emphasis on what it is that the majority of, seemingly, the council wants to focus time on, which is of immediate importance, stormwater. Immediate importance. So anyway, that's my point, and thank you for listening.
Brown?
Looks like Mr. Orlando wants to make some comments, and that's, I wanted to, I wanted to hear that. But I guess I just wanted to sort of plant some seeds here. End of it, goals and these action items will eventually tie to a budget. Look at our budget currently, we have a whole fund around stormwater. And there definitely are some immediate actions that we have to take around stormwater. And when I look at resiliency, this out at this table, I'm hearing that maybe beach renourishment is one of the priorities within that item, okay? And that falls under CIP, a whole different fund. So I'm sort of looking for some guidance from staff as far as collapse or not collapse. And then again, I think that the whole resilient piece in my mind is important, because if we don't have that, then whoever said it, you're right, we don't have an island. But there are components that come with that. I think we just have not explored that enough, because we haven't looked at the plan, table of contents. We've had a workshop around it, but I think there's just more discussion around resiliency. There may be some other things that comes out of that we need to put on the table. So I want to make sure, and I'm asking staff to help us with this, that we're not necessarily boxing ourselves in if we collapse. That's sort of my question.
Yeah, and I'm leaning on my laptop here, so forgive me for reading, right? I'm gonna back up a little bit and talk about resilience. Resilience is not just stormwater. However, that is what we must focus on as a barrier island, that a little storm surge could cut our island in half, and we know where those pressure points are, right? Resiliency refers to our ability to anticipate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from disruption. So that could be a named storm, that could be a pandemic, that could be economic, that could be all of those things above and beyond. And so beach renourishment, are we renourishing the beach only because of stormwater inundation? Or is there an economic value to it as well, right? Cyber, we have cyber security, that is a redundancy and a protection, and at least our business is it's all grouped into resilience. And I'll say this, as a town manager, I don't try to stay too informed on all the latest and greatest words on paper. At the end of the day, we have an incredible emergency management plan. We have an incredible IT leader in the room, who is really well versed in the cybersecurity. You know, it's the first thing Tom Sunday concerned himself with when he arrived a few years ago. It wasn't the network, it wasn't the help desk, it was that part of the business. So all of these things that we're involved with, and I will tell you that when we talk to the bond rating agencies, and not that that should define who we are and what we do, but when we talk to bond rating agencies and they ask us about our resiliency planning, it's not about whether we're going to argue if sea level rise raised 1 or 2 inches over the last 100 years. It's all of those layers. And where my concern has always been is creep of content, right, in the table of contents for a resiliency plan. We have, and you asked, and I'm trying to wrap this up, you asked for our staff, this staff, to bring forward a resilience plan. When we look at the state, the South Carolina resilience plan, most of it, I see him shaking his head, most of it's just stormwater. Lots of it isn't social, economic, so on and so forth. We're happy to hear first things first, right? The stormwater part of a resiliency plan is important. The table of contents are important. The way I read the table of contents right now, I have a copy from Sean, there's an economic component to it, but that you can lean on because of stormwater. You all have to provide the clarity to me. We know what resilience is, and with it's not just stormwater. But if you want to define that as chapter, the most important one, we're happy to do so. We'll get it done a lot quicker.
I would say, like, I recognize the, sometimes emotional read on some of these words, right? The vocabulary around people's viewpoints around certain vocabulary. The critical piece here is defining what you mean as a council by resiliency. Just looking through these items, setting aside the resilience plan for a second, beach renourishment, CIP for stormwater, transportation, and public facilities. Codes to talk about setbacks, flood risk reductions, and open tree protection. These are all quality of life conversations with the added benefit of resilience, extending your quality of life into the next century. Community rating system, making sure that, that our residents can get flood insurance, and that, the island's land asset value is protected, right? So there's nothing in here to me that screams 180 degrees from where most of this council sits today. And so be mindful of that, but the collapse conversation is going to be critical in that.
Yeah, and Mark, I want to ask, because I think we're mixing up things a little bit, right? Just for conversation purpose, if we made resilience, which it should be in everything that we do, it should be the basis of everything that we do. Resilience number 1, and then stormwater number 3, growth management number 2. And we have identified year 1, these are the items that need to take place within each one of those 3. Does our choosing 1, 2, 3, or having a separate category make any difference for the scope of work that would be done by staff? Or, and of course, it's also council's.
Answer your question, and we know what's going to happen starting July 1st. All of this will be important. We'll work on agendas with the committee chairs, with you. We'll bring the work forward to the best of our ability. I think what Mr. DeSimone said earlier is when the community's reading what number 1 is, it's your function, it's your strength. I'm paraphrasing. It's what you're saying. What I'm hearing you say is that there might be an open dialogue to have to put resilience, while very important, embedded with stormwater. All of these things that we're measuring with resilience all factor back into stormwater. The fact of the matter is we're still going to do them. We're not going to not, like, I think today should be more about, are we still finishing the resilience plan? Are we still going to bring forward the community rating system in the way we do and use it? Are we going to think through the beach management, the asset management of sand and Atlantic Ocean as a tool to address stormwater and economy and quality of life? Like, I think from that perspective, it sounds like we're getting the action items right. It's just, we can bucket all this by itself or under stormwater. I'm still going to bring you the work.
Understand, thank you. And you asked us in the very beginning, do we need to take a look at our vision and our mission? And as we, in the future, take a look at that, does resiliency become part of that vision and mission, right? Because we were identifying it as so important in everything that we do. So just a topic for thought.
I understand what you're saying.
And to your point, it's built into your vision today.
Yeah.
And refining that and evaluating how it's framed. But also think about it as a core value. Core values are things that are embedded.
Right.
I'll be quick about this. I've got 3 quotes to
Go ahead.
read. So Orlando brought up a key feature, and that has to do with our bond rating. In 2020, the finance director gave a report on bond rating agency comments from the GO bond issue series 2019, sold in April 2019. Here's what Standard & Poor's said. Assuming all other credit factors remain stable, we could raise the rating if the town incorporates more comprehensive planning for potential weather-related impacts into its long-term capital and financial planning, given the town's coastal location and tourism. What Moody said, locations susceptible to weather-related events and rising sea levels. What Fitch has said, how to mitigate future storm pressures. Now, we've enjoyed great bond ratings, and I think we've done some things to increase them. Don't continue on that path, we won't.
Well, and I'll make the comment to that is that we have increased reserve funds in those areas, and now we have the best ratings that we could have.
Got to maintain them.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Eyes which align strong. Consolidation and prioritization pieces. On us.
If I might go back real quick and see if there's any public comment on that previous. Frank? A timer out. Okay.
I'm sorry, I took a nap and I woke up, but what's resilience? Resilience is is how a community responds to an emergency, a serious emergency, isn't it? Is that what resilience is, really? Ability to respond to something that's really bad? Well, what could be really bad? What could be really bad is if 20,000 people move up to the Argent area and the people go to work somewhere down in other places, and they don't come here to work. And we don't have people that show up here to work. What are we as a community going to do? How are we going to show resilience as a community? How do we get together to figure that out and solve that problem? Because it could happen to us. We have to be resilient. We have to think about that. I would argue that's a part of resilience. That's one part of it. Although it may not be in the top head, it could very well happen if we don't watch out. Thank you.
Other comments? All right, Matt.
On this one? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm going.
The stormwater management, top 5 items here, prioritize CIP investment in stormwater infrastructure, enhance the stormwater utility program to improve operations and systems management, comprehensive stormwater utility program assessment, prepare an island-wide stormwater master plan, assess the stormwater utility rate and revenue model to support priorities, and develop funding strategy. Questions or issues around 1 through 6?
Yeah, on 4.1, prioritize capital project investment in stormwater infrastructure. Isn't that what we're doing? No, I mean, is that not what we're doing today? Trying to prioritize that. So 4.1, I think, needs to go out because it's what we're doing right now. Is at the end of this, we're going to be prioritizing it. So I see that as somewhat redundant.
Keep prioritizing.
I know, I'm just.
Okay, great. Yes, we are doing it. I mean, it's demonstrated in the budget we just passed. I think that there's been a lot of discussion around it, that we are prioritizing it. And there's been a lot of conversation and a lot of concern for quite some time. So that's all really, really good. I don't really have much to say about this because I assume we'll talk about it later when we're talking about collapsing. But back up in the strategy, I do. And while I understand words are, words and have different meanings, I am concerned about the words that I see embedded in a number of places in this document that lead to for instance, equitable here. I don't think that word belongs in this document. I think that's a word that we have, should have taken out. Equitable. Program is sustainable, equitable, and effective. You can take that word out and you can find another word that's not as controversial. I'll be perfectly fine with it, but in terms of that word, it should come out.
Oh, Patsy, you had something?
Fair is a good word that comes to mind, sorry.
A couple of things. First of all, I do think 4.1 capital fund project every year. I was really glad to see the expansion of our agreement, have it that way, with those who have a stormwater system or don't have a. I'm really glad, happy, excited to see prepare an island-wide stormwater master plan. I've been advocating for that for years, so I'm really, really glad for that. I want to also give attribution to town staff. Looking at the rating system, the standard system that Mr. Nessinger shared with us at the October workshop makes me feel very good about how we evaluate systems, and I want to give attribution to the town staff.
Yeah, so, action item number 1, I think it's important that we leave that in. Again, we're tying everything to our fiscal year budget exercises. As I mentioned, next year, we may or may not have new policymakers at the table. I think it's worth us discussing it as far as keeping it as a priority budgetary item, realizing that we've been behind the 8 ball for so long, okay? And just one other point that I wanted to make about stormwater and how we approach it. And Ms. Becker brought this up, so I wanted to sort of frame something here for discussion purposes. Too often we are dealing with the new stuff. Today, I decide to build a single-family unit, one unit, on my piece of property. The new codes that may be drastically different from my neighbor who built 30 years ago. There's a good chance that my watershed is going to affect my neighbor, and maybe differently than it affects someone else. So as we're having these discussions around our infrastructure needs, because I could build my to new specs and the outfall a mile down the road is not working. Now I have created a problem for my next door neighbor, okay? So not just a formula of 1 + 1 = 2. There's a lot more involved in this. So I think when we talk about our goal and our strategy, we have to be careful as to how we, eliminate the opportunity to have discussions that may be, I guess, more spot by spot versus an overall plan. It's sort of where my head goes listening to some of the comments.
Look at the word stormwater management. I think, talk about resiliency. Stormwater management is also stormwater recovery. If we have an issue, we have a surge, we have to somewhere in these action items be prepared to recover the stormwater system. And recovering the stormwater system, not just getting the sand off the roads, it's getting the sand out of the system. For example, New Orleans had an overwash. They purchased 90 vacuum trucks at $1 million a piece. It took them 2 years to pull the sand. 2 years, 90 trucks, 365 days a year to pull the sand out of their stormwater system. So we need to be prepared in the resiliency side of this for recovery as much as managing the infrastructure up front. And I don't know how we do that in these action items. It's a monetary thing. We're not gonna go buy vacuum trucks and park them behind the fire station. It's something to be thought about, and it's a very, very, very expensive undertaking. And then when we get into our systems that are so old, 60, 70 years old, you're gonna find that when you clean the system doesn't exist. There are no pipes. So, especially when, closer to the beach and what we think may be inundated in a small Cat 1 or Cat 2. I think we need to prioritize those systems first and get those things up to grade so that we can actually manage a recovery, because there will be no recovery because they really don't exist.
Yeah, 4.3, is what needs to be done, which is identified as one of the top priorities within these action items. And that should give us those KPIs, those additional KPIs that we need to understand what it is that we're doing to address those issues.
Yeah.
In fact, that should probably be 4.1, right? 4.3 should be, if this stands alone.
Well, it's still fiscal year 26.
Right, no, but understood, and just in terms of how it's numbered here. If we don't conduct a comprehensive stormwater utility program assessment, then we won't know the conditions that I think that Steve was referring to. I also, is it my turn or is somebody else waiting to speak? I'm sorry. Patsy brought up those stormwater agreements, and that's wonderful for every community outside and inside the gates that has now a stormwater and agreement. There are a lot of communities around this island that doesn't have one. And so we rely completely on whatever happens. And mostly that's not relying on the town. It's relying on the county or the state because they own the roads. And so I know this is an ongoing drum that I beat, but we really have to look at carefully those roads that we can determine are in our best interest, the dollars that can come along with them from those who own them now, who've been collecting the money and not doing anything, so that all of the communities on the island have some protection here. Right now, those agreements are great for those who have them and can have them, but not everyone is included in that. Alex's point with regard to the watershed, I'd go 100% in supporting the idea that we have not considered the pervious-impervious relationship on this island. And the water that's draining off from a neighbor's home onto somebody else's property, and I can speak firsthand about this, sits there and causes flooding. We have people here in the audience who have lived through that situation as well. So that is, in terms of a priority, part of an LMO rewrite that we're working on, but it's caused issues that are related to the stormwater. So you're right, it's all integrated, everything belongs, works hand in hand. But the sooner we fix that, the better off we all will be, because that water system that Steve talked about in many cases doesn't exist. We're finding that around the island as they're doing work. So in my mind, growth is the most important thing, period. But stormwater and how we recover, and that means recover in every way, that's listed here under resilience, is critically important, and that's the reason that I think they belong together, going hand in hand.
That's it.
All right. One quick thing, listening to Mr. DeSimone's description about after storm, trying to get the sand out of the system. So looking at 4.2, enhanced stormwater utility program to improve operations and system management, maybe add and recovery after a storm. So we've got that in there.
Operations and systems management, particularly after a storm, is that what you said, ma'am?
to have the other as ongoing maintenance and management, but I think we also, ought to add an emphasis on recovery after the storm. So to improve operations, system management and recovery after storm.
All right, other comments?
Can I get some socks? I'm not getting cold feet about this, but my actual feet are actually very cold. I put my sweater on them.
All right, so, question for the group, do we want to continue, to number 5? It might be a fairly simple, I say that, and I bite my tongue. Mark,
I need some clarity on 4.
okay.
Because you all had great comments, but what's the consensus of what we're adding or subtracting? So if I could go back a little bit, based upon what I heard, not to complicate it, I know the food is there, but 4.2 and 4.3 arguably could be combined. We could talk about improving operational readiness and recovery. We could talk about system assessment and prioritization, absolutely. I understand what we're hearing about sand and the system. We just saw a lot of that in Florida. Some of these communities are still a year later trying to make sense of that. But from a storm ready standpoint, post-storm is even debris, right? It's trees, it's debris. We do have those plans in place. I don't know how to measure to a degree of being more operational ready with vacuum trucks or a different temperament towards that. We have emergency management plan. You've seen them in action. You really don't know what you're going to get till you get it from a storm, but storm ready is a lot more than storm water. It's
You're right. We come back and revisit this again,
okay,
next year, right? What do those KPIs come out from section 4.23, right? What needs to be added to it, right? Because we're going to learn a lot more after we do the assessment. We'll have a better understanding as to what the issues are, where the strengths and weaknesses are, right? So, so as we look for those key measurements, the more we learn, the more we should expect.
Your point about kind of continuous evaluation, continuous revision, each year evaluating what we learned from our prior year efforts and updating the plan appropriately.
I think it ought to be mentioned too, to the point of how do you financially pay for all of that, that we are in a really good position, that we have reserves set aside. And over the years, we've raised that level to, and we've not only raised that level just because the money was available and the consensus was there to do it, but we also had the knowledge of the information that was being given to us about what does it cost? What is the projected increases in cost if a storm was going to happen versus the last time we revisited this? And do we need to make sure that we're keeping up with that? So I think we've done a really good job in planning the financial resilience of being able to recover for a storm. After Matthew, I think we learned an awful lot from that. But I do have a question. Is this stormwater master plan comprehensive assessment, does that include every neighborhood and across this island? Does it include everyone?
Over here, I'm saying yes.
I'm looking at staff.
Yeah, I'm looking at staff as well, because obviously that would be the intent, but I know that we sometimes are limited when something happens and it's a county road and it makes it a little bit more difficult. But is the comprehensive stormwater assessment every neighborhood? Thank you, that's all. As long as it's yes, I'm good. Unless there's something really important, I know that everybody's, but I just want to make sure we're all covered.
You need more clarification from us.
I'm ready. I'm ready for that. Just kidding, he knows. We promise we keep each other's microphones on today. We're ready for that. It's a matter of focus. It's a matter of funding and priority, so.
Okay. Before we go on, any public comment? All right. So do we want to get through the next one real quick? They're bringing the food in. That'll help us move faster.
Assess and enhance public safety readiness and facilities, comprehensive, modern, community-driven public safety system, proactively addressing emergency response, code enforcement, public space management, and law enforcement needs.
Waking us up.
So the action items in front of you here, the 5 action items, questions, comments, clarifications on these? Yes, sir.
With regard to 5.1, the fiscal year 27, I believe should be fiscal year 26. The draft we saw last week had it in 26. It is one of, it's the named item here. As I understand what would be involved, it entails hiring an outside consultant rather than using internal staff. Probably not at a large expenditure either. When I look at key performance indicators, it's the first one there. And I don't see how we could do 5.3 unless we have some improvement in our public safety capacity, which we don't have right now. So I would favor moving a 5.1 from fiscal 27 back to fiscal 26.
Why that was reallocated?
I think as we were looking at just the overall program, I would support, or I think we could begin it in fiscal year 26, but rather than move it from 27 to 26, add 26 start. Have it 26 and 27 to
26
complete.
and 27?
Yes, sir.
I think this is a critical element that we've asked for a number of years. And we see across the island increasing issues that there's concern that Beaufort County Sheriff's Department isn't handling in the ways that we would like to see it handled. And that perhaps we need our own police safety or public safety department or enhancement. So I agree with you, Steve, Councilman Alfred, that we need to move that to 26. It's long overdue at this point. The concerns that we have are safety concerns, and our number one job is to keep people safe. And we need to move that up. And I don't want to be the person that keeps moving things forward and causing, more work and more capacity issues, but just think about the fact that that is our number one job, is to keep people safe. And we hear every single day about issues and concerns across this island increasingly so. So we need to be proactive in taking care of that.
Alex?
Yeah, I'm throwing something else on the table here for us to consider. Light of our current condition with the county and sheriff's office, at this point, we are having our citizens pay directly to the county through the police fee. And at the same time, we have an expectation of our current provider that may not be meeting our liking. So it's not that I'm necessarily 100% opposed to an outside organization coming and helping us through this, but I don't want to lose the opportunity to have the conversation with the current, okay? And I don't want us to get distracted by having a conversation with someone else and we not strike on this moment. We've had incidents that have happened over the most recent weeks. I think that are important for us to come to the table and have the conversation with the sheriff. So I'm a little concerned about this being a money conversation instead of it being a service conversation. And we currently have a provider that we are not necessarily communicating with. So I just throw that on the table for consideration around topic 5.1.
Yeah, and I'll address that real quick. Just so everybody knows that Mark and I will be reaching out to set up a time to have that service conversation with the sheriff.
Been having that conversation for quite some time. And I understand we need clarity, especially now. But even in the best of times, given the changes in the island, over time, we should be moving forward with this assessment. Because I think, unless I'm wrong, most all of us on the island realize that we need to do something bigger and better for the safety of our residents than what we're being, than what's even the capacity of the sheriff to do. I'm not putting this as I'm not trying to say something negative about the sheriff's department. We've just grown, and what we were offered before doesn't fit our needs today.
So I, for one, would love to see a new fire and rescue headquarters.
Agreed.
As I look at the chief. Yeah, so there's some great things here going forward to really address really our main purpose, and that is the safety and security of our community.
I agree with 5.2, the action items there. And we invest in what we value. I'll leave it there.
Agree.
That's it.
Yes, sir, if I could, bring up, performance by the Sheriff's Department. And I think there are two things, the Community Services and Public Safety Committee receives, I think it's at least 2 reports or maybe quarterly reports from the Sheriff's Department. I think we ought to add an action item about evaluate the performance of the Sheriff's Department by those quarterly reports. And then to put a KPI of, determine the success of the Sheriff's Department in those quarterly reports.
I agree with that, but I think that's incorporated in the concept of public service safety feasibility study.
And it's not as clear as our discussion has evolved. I understand that's what is intended, but I think we need to call it out a little bit better.
What would you do with that evaluation when done? We don't control the budget nor the sheriff's department. So what would come from that?
I think it would help direct the conversations with the sheriff's department and the county.
I support the monitoring and calling that out as a KPI in regards to the sheriff's department. If you look at, the items that are listed as KPIs, we have fire rescue response times, beach-related emergency incident response times, where's the sheriff response time? And as well as the outcomes of the actual crimes themselves, what's happening in regards to the trends. And you can use that to do a quick evaluation of the service and the outcomes that you're getting. In speaking of KPIs, I did have a question about the second one, monitoring reductions in emergency response times across fire, rescue, beach operations, and just sticking to let's measure them. Through the measurement, we're going to see whether, their times improve or not. So it just seemed redundant to me if you're already measuring them in those ones over to the right.
I'll just jump in. Very helpful comments. Thank you.
Okay, hang on, not yet. Hang on. I know you can smell the food. Any other comments from council? Any public comments on this? All right, well, let's take a break for a few minutes, grab some lunch, and then we'll have a working lunch and come back and get at it. Is that good, Matt? So, yeah. No, we need to go ahead and get going because we still have a lot of things to cover. So keep on eating and, pay attention.
All right, you ready to roll, Mayor?
Let's go.
Okay, well, on to economic development. The strategy and the goal statement are very much aligned with what we discussed back in February. Council can give us your feedback on 1 through 5. Looking at corridors and sites, including town-owned parcels for targeted investments. Expand and diversify business sector recruitment retention, including healthcare, technology, and other primary job sectors. A local business utilization program that expands access to procurement opportunities for Hilton Head Island-based businesses. Establish a destination marketing organization contract and marketing plan. Support town-sponsored signature community events, including sporting events, recurring festivals, concerts, heritage events.
So, 1 through 5, any questions, comments?
Sure. With anything else, yeah. So 6.1, to identify corridor and sites including eligible town-owned parcels for targeted investment. This always makes me nervous. There's an expectation on the town-owned property that it's being held, was purchased and being held for conservation, for green space, and not for development. And so that hits a nerve, that we're identifying sites, including eligible town-owned parcels for targeted investment. So I just wanted to mention that. This also, all over, as just a general comment, seemed as though it should be two things. It should be a real partnership with the chamber, because it's so intricately connected. But also, who would be collaborating with them, partnering with them? I think that we as a town should stand up a committee of either town council members and community members, or just town council members, and start really formulating our own economic development team here on the island, focused on the island, rather than solely relying on the county's economic development folks. So, and so you had asked me about the action items. That's my comments with regard to the action items.
Other comments? So I have a question. 1 to 5. Except for 6.4. Ow. Ow.
I think I answered that.
No, no, I'm curious from a, Mark, you got a problem?
No, I didn't see a hair. Sorry, I'm just trying to be discreet over here, sir.
Not gonna happen. No, but from a standpoint of, and I don't want to get into the minutia of this, but how do we see this being facilitated? You know.
Sure. Well, I'll jump in here. Item 1, identifying corridors and sites, including eligible town parcels for targeted investments. We've done that a couple of different times, right? We've done that most recently as we bid out Modern Classic Motors. We've done that in the past, a few years ago, as we bid out the Palmetto Bay Road site. And the one that I think we can, know the most about is the site that's adjacent to the post office on the north end of the island. So over time, are we still going to do that? We put this in year 3, keeping in mind that if we go back a few goals, We started off with establishing a green print, a Hilton Head Island green print map. It should give some credibility to how much land has been acquired, used for open space, used for public facility, as well as preserved, right? Open space doesn't mean preserved. I think as we go through that exercise of a green print map, it should do a few things. It should really tell us what's preserved. And that means the forest in Forest Beach. It means the forest preserve in Sea Pines. It means the Ashmore Tract. It means a whole bunch of other. I would say that over time, the most risk that I have heard concern from town council members on is what happens if somebody wants to develop the Ashmore Tract? What happens if you know what I mean by that? So I think the sooner we can really dive into that, what's preserved, what's open space, and put some covenants and restrictions on preservation. You all took a look at, as a town council, you took a look at a lot of different sites for pickleball. And when you backed out of, is it close to a rooftop? Is the park already busy? Do we need to take away from, right? Do we need to lose soccer or dog park or tennis so that we can achieve pickleball? That process of elimination led to the Arrow Road site. Almost in that same method. I think what is missing, frankly, is an updated land acquisition and disposition manual, a green print map that is yours, it's confidential, it's not baked in saying what your next 5 property acquisitions look like, but it should tell us and the community where your positions are. And it's a layered approach. That's how number 1 gets done. You almost, by process of elimination, build a town. Like right now, all we have is a town-owned property map. That doesn't help us think. It doesn't help you make decisions. So that's number 1. Number 2, expand and diversify business sector recruitment and retention, including healthcare, tech, and primary. That has been in the past with Beaufort County Economic Development Corp. That has been a little bit with me. Mayor Perry, that's been with you and the rest of town council members. Y'all have knocked on healthcare doors. You have. That wasn't simply Mr. O'Toole. That simply wasn't me. You've knocked on those healthcare doors, and in the past, I think that you've entertained certain physician primary care. You've entertained other uses on modern classic motors. We bid it out based on different conversations and feedback. That's how number 2 is accomplished. I'd call it, that number 2 is playing offense, not defense, right? 6.3, a local business utilization program that expands access to procurement opportunities for local Hilton Head Island business, including small minority businesses. Those are programs, and a lot of that is the measurement of it. So are we just hiring the great big landscaping companies out of Columbia, or are we breaking some contracts up to allow a better quality control and a smaller scale and a scaled approach to some of our local companies? That gets accomplished with our procurement and with our facilities and with our capital project procurement and contracts. DMO speaks for itself. You have a critical path. I think Heather Woolwine and Angie Stone have done a fabulous job identifying the 12 steps to a contract, and they have stayed on point. They're scoring those bids. They're scoring the companies. We're bringing that forward to you. 6.5, you want us to keep investing in our community events. Those are economic development opportunities. And I would say they're economic development for us too. It's not just from a recruitment of elsewhere. It's not just for a tourist. There's a quality of place, a quality of life that I love. I'll say for me, I love living here. When I talked with my family about moving and really living on the island, we leaned on a lot of these amazing community signature events. I've learned in my first year as a town manager, you can't go to all of them if you expect to not be tired, because there's so much. But if that's not up there, I ask you, are we going to be strategic about supporting the Lantern Parade and the Office of Cultural Affairs' next event? Like, are we going to ever scale or refine any of the events, right? Including and especially Crescendo and the Christmas and the other various holidays?
So thank you, because my question of how, right? And really was geared towards, what do we do, right? What, as council, what do we do for economic development and business attraction and business retention? You know, on the attraction side, we all know of organizations that are out there. We know people that have contacts that we can always reach out to talk about the opportunities and the quality of the work life here. And then, you know, do we form a committee? Is that something that we need to discuss down the road to make certain that we're addressing it appropriately without conflicting with the EDC? You know, what is it that we're looking to attract? What are those elements? You know, I always say, high tech, high impact, high paying. I'm sorry, high tech, low impact, high paying. You know, positions and jobs. I don't want us to be in a conflict position with the EDC because we're putting money there, but also what is it that we can do to help spur? And then there's a marketing aspect as well in terms of retention. You know, what is it that we need to do there to make certain that our businesses are being popularized, you know, being acknowledged, being recognized, you know, being put out in the forefront so that they want to be here, so others see that we're really a business-friendly community. And it's been stated before that in the past, sometimes we have not been a business-friendly community, and we need to be. And, you know, we got to be careful because that goes back to managed growth. But I think we need to have these conversations as to where we expect things to go and what it is that we're looking for and what is our avenue to get there. Mr. Alfred.
I'd like to raise a point that is related to 6.1 and others, but is going off in a different direction. And that is, there are locations within the community where the town owns property. I'm thinking of one in particular, which is 4 Office Way, the former PNC Bank. The commercial properties that abut Sea Pine Circle, such as Riley's Plaza, seems to be a consensus that needs to be redeveloped. And I think there is a role for the town furthering that objective. On that particular quadrant, there are only 4 properties. The PNC Bank, the town owns Wells Fargo, Riley's Plaza, and the potential workers' buildings on Office Way. That's only 4 owners, and the town is one of them. And redevelopment there is something that is highly desirable. I'm thinking of is that senior staff at some point could lunch with owners in the Circle area, for example, and say, what's going on, what's your future? To the extent that the Riley people would like to develop pickleball on their back lot, it's not something that I think the town would be in favor of, but he's already applied to do that. Whereas the more important point is, how would that property be redeveloped for the future? To me, it's simply a question of a senior staff member periodically talking to the owners of the property and say, where are you going and how can we help? And what influence can we have as to where you go in the future?
I agree with you, and I will tell you that I've started having some of those conversations, reaching out to some of these individuals to see what future plans exist and how the town might or might not be able to be at the table to help with, some redevelopment aspects, so, Alex?
Yeah, I want to first respond to the mayor's question of potential committee or not. Quite frankly, I'm a little reluctant as far as forming a committee. For a couple reasons, but I guess the one that stands out is currently when there's economic development opportunities that may lead to some contractual agreement, the council is having that discussion amongst themselves, and most times in executive session. So we sort of get to air out our differences there. Versus if a committee is formed to try to deal with this, it may lead to further delays, is the word I'm going to use, okay? And I think this is just so important to us that keeping it here at the policymaker level may be advantageous to us. That's my thoughts as immediate reaction, Mr. Mayor, to this. The other is the KPIs here, I'm okay with them. The one that's sticking out to me a little bit here is visitor spending and engagement. Obviously, that's important. But I think there's a piece missing as far as our residents are concerned. Man, you and I have talked about trying to get the average median age down. To me, that's a KPI that we probably need to be looking at when it comes to economic development here. So, I mean, let's face it, if you're not necessarily a tourist-driven business, the off-season, and you relying on the locals is critical, okay? I think that's an important piece, okay? And obviously, there may be some opportunities where the local, I guess, retail of it may not make a difference depending on the industry that we're talking about. So that's sort of what I was thinking on the KPIs here.
Sure. Alan, you asked the question, Mayor, you asked the question that I think would be the purpose of a committee to start out with. Certainly, it also lies on all of our shoulders, and I think we do this regularly. We are out there, we're talking to folks. We're looking to, as Steve said, find out what the interest is and what people's intention are with regard to any type of redevelopment of their property. I think that's always good to see what's happening in the neighborhood. But you asked the question, what are we looking to attract? And relying simply on the Beaufort County EDC hasn't necessarily driven to the island the type of businesses that I think we want to attract, that we hear from in those conversations with our residents and others about what they would, God bless you, what they would like to see happening here on the island. We know that we're losing a lot of the businesses that folks are missing. And so we need to actively, in my opinion, engage in that. And that's why the committee would be important. And I also think, quite honestly, that any discussions to air out our differences should be done in public anyway. We should not be behind closed doors to figure these things out. We should be as transparent as we can be and as respectful and civil in those discussions that we have. So all of that, in terms of visitor spending and engagement or economic return from the RBC and other town signature events, I'd like to see those named, those signature events that we just named one. We have so many to be proud of that we should be looking at with regard to their return on our investment that we make every year when we put monies towards them, and also the impacts. The Lantern Parade is amazing and draws a huge crowd in the Coligny area. It's difficult to manage all of that. So I'd like us to be looking at the improvements that can be made down there in terms of those impacts so that it's not as difficult to come and go and worry about safety issues there. I also am interested in knowing why we've limited the key performance indicator. You keep hearing KPI. That's what KPI stands for, key performance indicator, to growth in small minority-owned disadvantaged business enterprises utilization program. When on 6.3, it's clear that we are asking for action to support a local business utilization program that expands access to procurement opportunities for Hilton Head Island based businesses, including those small and minority businesses. I want to see us measure them all. Why are we limiting it? So that needs to be, in my opinion, changed and broadened if we're going to do that. And those are my comments.
Ms. Tunner?
Yes, so first of all, I'm very excited that this is in our strategic priorities. To me, it was always a missing, especially when you go back and you take a look at the vision and the mission statement that talks about revitalization and modernization and promoting the health and vitality of the community. It gets to the businesses. And so I'm just happy that we have this identified, and to the point made in the materials, it's that intentional work that drives results. And this work has been going on, but to call it out and shine a light on it and potentially have more resources supporting it here on town council or with staff, I think it is an important next step. So very, very excited about that. In regards to some of the key performance indicators, I have talked about when the chamber has come in and have given presentations regarding visitor spending. I'm very worried about the efficacy of what they use today to quantify that. The number of respondents has dropped dramatically. And I think there are new tools that could be used perhaps to gather that information, because it is critically important to understand how our visitors spend by the various categories. So I think there's an area of improvement there. We need to talk about and measure overall economic results. And I do get concerned sometimes when we talk about economic results, it might be our DMA, which includes Beaufort County and not just Hilton Head. So what are our Hilton Head specific economic indicators and results, which we should be measuring to measure the health of our island and our businesses. And to measure that by category as well. Tourism is number one. It will always be number one. But I'm also interested, as well as others, in changing some of the mix of those businesses. So the only way you're going to monitor that is to be able to measure by various categories, either the economic benefits, the number of business licenses, et cetera, so we can see what's actually happening in real time. And in regards to the number of business licenses, understanding what % of our businesses retain, and how many new businesses we're adding. So what's that churn ratio? What's the addition of new? And how are we trending on that? To understand, again, the health of our overall business. So I'm very excited about this category, and I think it's going to be an important one as we move forward.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to compliment the town staff on taking a concept that we had at our workshop in February and putting it into writing so that we could then read it and try to understand it and make revisions before adoption. So I think it's really key to look at that. I would pick up on a couple things discussed. Mr. Alfred mentioned some commercial nodes, and I think it'd be good to either flesh out 6.1 or add a separate action step to evaluate commercial nodes for redevelopment. We've talked a little bit about taking buildings, especially commercial buildings which are no longer in use, and redeveloping them. And I call them nodes, activity centers, but they're areas of commercial development that should be looked at for redevelopment. So I would suggest that we add that somewhere, whether we add it in an existing action item or as a separate one. And I would say via the district plans and incentives that we could figure out. Adding some sort of carrots instead of a stick to be able to look at redevelopment of commercial nodes. The other thing that I would suggest, 6.8, the cultural district, I would advocate to move that up in fiscal year 26 because I think it's easily doable. There's a format and we have volunteers in the community who are willing to help staff fill out the form. And I think we ought to move that up to fiscal year 26. Then with regard to KPIs, the third one on the left, percentage of businesses, I would suggest we say percentage of local businesses retained and operating. Because we want to retain our local businesses by some means, and I think we ought to key on that word local in that KPI.
I'd like to support Ms. Bryson's comment about 6.8. That is, work would be done by people other than the ones that are involved in all of our other projects, and with some outside community help. I would urge moving that to current fiscal year.
Yeah, Steve Alfred and I can do it tonight if you want us to.
And I've also understand that there's, at least on some preliminary planning for committee meetings and presentations, that this matter is scheduled to come up shortly. Committee agendas, at least that's the story that I've heard.
There's additional support for moving this to current fiscal year? Or the upcoming fiscal year, sorry.
I would like to know what the financial impacts of doing that would be, because as I understand this program and the long-term goal of what there's an interest in, there's a lot of discussion and potential financial impacts to the town. And so that's what I have to say about that.
Alfred and I are not going to charge anything.
Not assuming that you will, and I understand it doesn't matter.
Yeah, just since you're asking for direction on that, I'd be inclined to have the check marks go from 26 through 28, with the understanding that a lot of the front-loading work is going to be done by others. And taking into consideration that we got a plan that was worked on many, many moons ago. Some will say that this can has sort of been kicked down the road for a long time. The fact that the town now has its own arts and cultural office, I think we're moving in the direction. And at some point, there's going to have to be discussion around the town's involvement. We're talking about district plans coming online this year. I think this is a huge component of one of the districts and how it plays out. So I'm okay with moving it, but I am concerned about staff capacity with it. If it's something that other entities are going to be working on, and then they are now in position so that when district plans come out, we're having a larger conversation about implementation is sort of where I am with this.
For every one you move into 26, you need to move one out.
This is a situation, as mentioned, where the capacity of staff to deal with it is somewhat different, because it's somebody else. It's the cultural, it's Natalie.
I know, but,
And she's not involved
but this
in
has
it.
happened 3 times now. We've moved it, check into 26.
What we're looking at doing as we get towards the end here is doing a tail of the tape, right? What happened with all the moves? Where were we when we started? Where we started, I think you'll find is a reflection of what staff felt their capacity and your capacity were, right? So when we run that tail of the tape again at the end of this session, we'll understand, are we farther from that or closer to that, and have some tougher decisions to make.
I can help. I appreciate move one in, move one out. We're going to talk about that. I also think that while there is a lift at staff level, no matter what we do. Everything that we're talking about today needs an operational plan, whether big or small, it needs one. Natalie is already very involved working on this district with those stakeholders. There's no cost to us. It's more about pride, identity. It also, if there's a cultural district and there's a grant application, not for us, but for a nonprofit, and they want to apply for the grant through the grant award, I should say, in some instances, there's some extra credibility if you're a part of this district. There's no required mandatory funding for this, but those folks that are involved can all start buying into the program because it's now recognized and designated by South Carolina. I have some direct experience in a historic district putting together a cultural district. Those were two different things, but they worked off each other quite nicely. This work has been done by others. Natalie has to be involved. Otherwise, why ask us if we're not involved? Of course we're involved. It just, I would say, of the percentage of time, 100%, probably our lift in total amounts, probably 10%. So it's been some low-hanging fruit, not to discount it, but it's been something that I've been trying to bring forward. It is in the agenda pipeline, so to speak, Mayor. I haven't gone over that month with you yet, but it's brewing. So one, I'll just say this, I have no issue with putting it in this fiscal year, but I like that we're gonna look at this as part of the work, and we can't pretend that there's no work here because it's on your agenda, the work that needs to be done, to understand it, support it, trust it, all the above.
I am supportive of moving this forward as well. I think it's great support to our arts and culture organizations. It'll be something that we can market as something new through the chamber and our DMO, so it gives us new speaking points to create more awareness in regards to what it is that we offer. Some of the other things that have been alluded to are more long-term and are going to take more work, but for this specific line, as it's designated, I think that's an important deliverable that we can look at for this coming year.
To Ms. Tunner's point, I wrote a couple words down that I didn't say: identification, grant applications, and marketing. That's really the bucket of this.
Well, that answers some of my question with regard to cost, because what I had heard through some of the conversation and some of the materials was there was an expectation that the town would be buying various parcels, business storefronts, et cetera, in this district. The district's a great idea. I don't have a problem with the district in and of itself. I have a problem where the town begins to be the landlord in this district and so that's the aspect that I was trying to get at.
Yeah, from my standpoint, I'm perfectly fine with moving into 26 to 28, but I want to make certain that it doesn't interfere in 26 with other things that are more prioritized. So one thing I want to bring up for thought from council within this goal section is under the KPI is education, number of students that are now in the area. Because as we talk about economic development and retention, it is the student population that is going to be one of those keys for us to replace us as we phase out. Whether it's the private schools, whether it's the public schools, whether it's higher education, do we need to put in here some KPIs to understand what's going on educationally? And I'm asking council.
Let me react to that, Mr. Mayor. I like it. And I might be segueing into the next item, but if we're focused on our local student who gets educated and looking for a good job, it may be advantageous for them to come back and live with mom and dad for a while. Because the other piece of this is it's very hard to find housing, right? So I think us thinking that we're going to attract a younger demographic to Hilton Head, without opportunity for housing, I think is far-fetched. But the locals may have a bit of an edge, so to speak. So yeah, I'm okay with us being a little bit more engaged with our local educators. That's from the high school up to college, technical college as well.
And so Mayor, from your perspective, this KPI is a measurement of student population?
It is. It's a measurement of all student population. High school, and then, college and TCL, right? Technical college. Absolutely. We've got a facility that's underutilized and they're saying that students are coming next year. They've got 4 new classes. They're looking for housing, looking to create something. So that needs to be understood by us as to what happens economically, because as we talk about how to keep businesses here, we know that it's employees.
So that education, and I'm excited to hear about 4 new classes coming to the college over here. But I am curious about what the classes will be and how that integrates into the overall economic drive. I think we've gotten a little bit off topic with regard to economic development and business retention. If we want those students to, just like the original purpose, right? It was a hospitality center, which would feed the community. Well, what are these new endeavors that the college is taking, and how would that impact that?
Absolutely. So they're changing the name of their hospitality program to Resort, Tourism, and Hotel Management. They're expanding that aspect of it to align with what they teach at USC and Columbia. They're also offering for USCB students dual enrollment for high school kids. That's in addition to the 4, and then they're also working with TCL to offer it to their dual enrollment students.
Good, but that's all good news. I do want to just circle back to make sure that I was heard that the Arts Commission isn't really my concern. My concern is, what does that all entail? And so I don't care where you put it until that comes forth. I don't know how far I would support it. The idea is great. We'll see what the rest of it unfolds at. And I am also wanting to see a change in the language under the KPI, the second bullet there, so that it includes all businesses.
Yes, ma'am, to that second one, that was just an oversight as we were
I'm
putting this document
sure it was.
together.
Most of this it's just a lot. I just want to make sure that it gets addressed.
That's to be corrected. The Arts Commission designated local districts to be moved to 26.
Are there other consensus items for change here?
I think that there was someone who mentioned, I think it was Alex, who mentioned that it should be all 3 years. I don't want there to set up an expectation of whatever that bigger picture is with this arts district would happen in that first year. And
26 to 28.
After, so then we would title 6.8 to establish and maintain.
Establish and maintain an Arts Commission.
Establish is only going to take.
Yeah.
right, but once you establish it on your expectation, that's the little meat of my question. You can establish whatever you want, but then what do you expect us to do with it? And what are the next steps? And if we don't talk about those, and this may not be the right place to do it, but a conversation I probably should have with someone, and we should all think about that. I don't want to be a landlord. I do not me myself. I speak as my position for the town. I would not want the town to become a landlord. We're not in that business.
May I help with some clarity with that? Just to kind of get that out of the way. This, and I understand what you're saying, we've had those discussions. This has absolutely nothing to do with that part. This is more about stakeholder management and stakeholder gathering and helping the Hilton Head Island Arts Group, right? The designated the South Carolina Arts Commission designated cultural district. It's more of an identification and marketing tool and a plug, and it helps mobilize their marketing and their unity. That's all this is. It's notoriety. There's several in the state, and it has zero tie with expectation of investment.
Okay.
The
Then
time
I'm
is
clear.
going to be
That's good.
Natalie's really spending time with the group to help. Right, we're going to have a primary responsibility, but I don't mean by ourselves, to make sure that it's well organized and well marketed. And I would say this, I think we're already doing it. We're just not getting any credibility from the state. Nancy?
I cut on the KPI, you were talking about measuring local student population. I think that's okay, but I think what we want to measure is local students who remain or return to work on the island. That's the real key. And perhaps we do that. It's going to be hard to do unless you keep doing surveys of all the grads, but you can probably tell based on those students who are following a certain track to go either immediately into work or who are going on to college. So you'd be able to measure them somehow, but I think that's what we're looking for, is those who are going to stay or those who return. And then separately, perhaps a KPI to measure the USCB students who end up staying and working on the island.
So I'm a big fan of data and a big fan of leveraging it toward economic results. I always tell people, be sure you can measure what you're trying.
And that's why I was trying to limit it and trying to pick up some key points if we could, working with the school systems.
Right, because Mayor, when you were speaking about measuring the student population, I initially read that as students in Hilton Head must mean families in Hilton Head, which means that the retiree population is being balanced by, or it's not, right? It's either the student population is shrinking, which would mean families are shrinking, which would mean retirees might be growing, right? Versus are these students moving through and then getting out of high school and going to USCB, or for some reason going to Clemson? Those are more difficult numbers to track, but they tell a story too. So just making sure we're getting to the heart of what the
So yes, the first part of it is what is the family atmosphere happening on Hilton Head, right? And that is told by the student population. I know that several classes have already been canceled at several schools, right? Because their population is down. Next year, the new high school rebuild will be in play, which is expected to be a draw for students. But we need to understand what's happening there, then also what is happening at USCB. We need to have an indicator to say that there are 30 students there. This year, next year, there are 60 students there. What's happening? Because that all goes right back to our economic purpose of having USCB and investing $25 million into a facility that is supposed to have students, right? So.
Amen, Mayor.
So I think we've got the changes anchored.
Were we clear on the 26 alone or 26 through 28? Are we clear on that or?
On the cultural art, I think establishing 26 is good, and then we can reevaluate after we do that, what, if anything, we do next.
Okay, I see.
And I'm shaking my head over here saying 26 is fine. Let's just let us bring this forward. We will bring this by the end of the fiscal year in the next 60 days or less. I have to look at the schedule.
Mayor, what do we do with the discussion is whether or not we, as a town, need to focus our attention on our own economic development rather than relying solely on the Beaufort County.
That's a good one.
Well, thank you.
I was just asking you, are there other council members who are supportive of this concept?
I'm supportive of this concept, and I think that if it's me in this role next year, if it's somebody else, if I was not to win, then I think the mayor needs to be leading that charge in terms of business attraction and having those conversations with the community. I'm not saying that council should not be, but I think council should be, right? Because we have contacts, and I've had conversations with several individuals that have great connections throughout the country. And they're working on stuff outside of council, trying to bring in other organizations, higher paying jobs. So I don't know if we need to, I agree with Mr. Brown in that having a committee may not be the best thing for us to do because we'd be involved. And I think this is a beginning stage. And as we go through it, we'll learn more as to how we might need to address it. I've worked with EDC and I've put some ideas into their brains. I've given them some suggestions, still wanting to see some outcomes from that. But we got to continue that push as well.
Yeah, we've been on that road for quite a while, and what we're seeing are the types of businesses that the residents and our visitors would appreciate are leaving, not coming here and being created. And so a specific force behind those conversations to work through would be, I think, beneficial to us all. I'll continue the conversation if there's no agreement here today that we need to focus on economic development as a town rather than rely to the Beaufort County to address exactly what you asked. What are we looking to attract?
Mark, could I make a comment? I would just say regarding that comment there, as you're thinking about it, whether that's a conversation for today, which I don't think we're going there, or later, is just making certain that because there are many layers of economic development that serve your municipality, that alignment is clear and that you're giving the direction as to what you expect from those entities. Because if you're not articulating to them, here are the priorities, here are the priority investment areas, this is what the town's willing to do in order to help make that pitch and win a project, then it's hard to go and look at them and say, you didn't do X if you've never said X is what you desired. So with there being commerce, who typically looks at industrial for the larger part, now is starting to focus more on healthcare related and life sciences and other technologies that would be beneficial here, letting them know what parcels meet those kinds of needs, and then working that through the Beaufort County Development Corporation to make certain that they're also singing off that page of music. So I think it's maybe less about, do we need another layer, or do we just need to clearly articulate what it is we want to get out of this?
Right, and the delivery of that hasn't been structured, and so therefore the committee concept was what came to mind. The other thing that we talk about in here are parcels, and activate town-owned parcels for economic use. I would far more like to see us activating those parcels, those buildings that are already in existence to be upgraded and to be reused before we start looking for land and building new. So when those conversations happen, we're not just looking for a parcel of land and saying, oh, you could do X, Y, or Z on this land. I would like to say that there's these many storefronts that exist, and wouldn't your business look lovely right there? And so those are all the conversations that I think, to your point, we need someone to have. And I'd be thrilled to have it. So if we're not going to pull a committee together, maybe I'll just do the work.
I can add some clarity, at least so y'all know what we heard, and Sean and I just compared notes, and I think we're on the same page. We're gonna modify the language to item 6.1, that it's not just town properties, it says including town properties, because it's everything. It is those commercial redevelopment areas. Arrow Road is a really good example of a redevelopment area. And then expand and diversify business sector recruitment and retention, including healthcare. Heather, this is to your point, technology and other primary job sectors. And we checked the box for all 3 years. That means we're getting in the business. It doesn't read Beaufort County EDC by itself on purpose. In the past, I think we've leaned on them a little bit, but in my career, in the many years I've been involved, I've always been involved in playing point on any recruitment, whether it's the primary job sector, at a technology park, or just helping local business find their way through the channels of town hall if they're finding it difficult, or if they're nervous it might be difficult, right? So that layer there, and again, our measurement of that should let us know if we're finding that success or not. So those two, I think, answer what you're asking us.
So, anybody from the public wish to comment on this? Kelly?
Put the mic on.
On.
Good afternoon. My name is Chloe Hudson. I'm with the County Economic Corporation. Thank you for having me. Mr. School had a conflicting meeting today. So we hear what you're saying and appreciate the opportunity to have conversations and to island needs and to serve you as a better resource, better and articulated exactly what we need to do having those conversations. Across the year, Brian Warner on our staff, 85 business expansion meetings around, and he share some of those with you from those meetings, as well as provide our measurements that we ourselves on a yearly basis, specifically. As a matter of personal note, many of you know that I was at USCB, graduated and started working to the area to live and start making it. So, we continue with USCB and to understand exactly what their needs are, how they can provide students here at urban business.
Thank you. Mr. Beasley? Mr. Beasley?
Test. Can we, on the slides, go back to 6.4 and 6.5? Because that's what I wanted to comment on. Thank you. On a personal note, 6.5 talks about supporting town-sponsored signature events. And as a note of personal privilege, I think Celebration Park is great, despite the fact that we could use a few more trees there. But I think Celebration Park is underutilized, and I think I'll direct this to Mr. Orlando. Would love to see staff sponsor more events at Celebration Park. 6.4 to me is intriguing about the Destination Marketing Organization contract and marketing plan. It's my understanding that just a few days ago, as many as 7 companies were interviewed in executive session. And it's my understanding that this is the first time this very lucrative contract was put out to bid. I could be corrected on that, but that's my understanding. And that is critically important as to who the town selects. And I'm wondering if the staff is able to, without divulging any names of the companies, tell the public a little more information about the process for selecting potentially a new destination marketing organization. Keep in mind that nearly 3 million visitors come to Hilton Head every year. 3 million. And what's our capacity? I've raised this question numerous times, never received an answer. Is the capacity 3.5? Do we run out of space at 4? Do we go to 4.5? 5 million visitors a year. What is our capacity? Okay? And again, I would hope that town staff could divulge a little more information about 6.5. I'm sorry, 6.4. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for a few minutes. I just wanted to say how excited I was to see that you're going to pursue economic development as a program. I think that I've spent the last 2 or 3 years probably reading every book in the library about Hilton Head's history and talking to as many people as I can. And I noticed right here on your logo, there's a term in Latin, and it says preserve and prosper. So I think that balance that I see you starting to move towards in terms of prospering economic development. I also see what's happening out in Hardeeville. So there's a huge move between the port and Hardeeville. Some of you probably are closer to some of the details than I am of the housing out there, but that's a huge, huge apartment development, not to mention Buc-ee's, which I'm a little excited about personally. But places like Buc-ee's will give a manager $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year job. I think I've been to enough Buc-ee's to see the ads. That's hard to beat on the island. So I think there's a tipping point. I guess my training as an economist at an Ivy League school, and as well as working for Fortune 500 companies, I see the leading indicators. I see that not too far down the road, including the port, we have a lot of development going on. This is not a matter of just affordable housing on this island. You are now in a competition. I was a senior economist for the feds in upstate New York. When IBM left and they had put all their eggs in the IBM basket, that economy collapsed. And I'm not talking about went downhill, it collapsed. So I would urge you to decide if you're going to continue to focus solely on tourism. I think it was exciting to hear about looking for tech hubs. I think whether it's Arrow Road, I think you have buildings that can probably be converted to tech hubs. We certainly know Aldi's and Food Lion have figured out that there's going to be an increased headcount at this end of the island because they wouldn't put in a Food Lion. They wouldn't put in an Aldi's unless they're going to get that density. But how long is that going to last? So when I looked at Hardeeville, it's going to get drawn out that way. I think that you're going to have to decide whether you're going to be tourist-friendly, business-friendly, or workforce-friendly, how you meet that balance. It's not going to be easy. I don't envy you. I also think that I love the idea of the district, but I wouldn't focus simply on cultural district because if you're looking at preserving, and I think the town manager mentioned it, historic districts have a lot of punch and can help you with that preserve mission. So I applaud you for that. Look at things like transportation, your competition, and really how you're going to build that pipeline through the students, because you haven't talked about it as a curriculum pipeline. You sort of said, let's just count at the end.
I need to stop you there.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other comments? All right. Brent?
Yes. Brunson, no offense to Mr. O'Toole, but I'm glad he's not here today because we get to hear from a young person. But I wanted to take her up on her offer, Mr. Mayor, of sharing the results of the surveys of the local employers. Ms. Turner and I have had some sidebar about doing sort of a listening, learning tour with some of the local businesses, because I think we need to understand, what's going well and what's not going so well, if we're going to be taking on economic development as a goal of ours. So thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going, do we need to take just a quick breath? We have moved through 6 goals. We have 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 4 left. We're trying to be through them by 2. It doesn't sound like that's going to happen because we really want to spend some time on some of the good points raised earlier about the priority rank, moving through number 3 into 4, or 4 into 3, and shuffling the deck in a different way. We have to spend some time there. So we're thinking we can stop hard at 3, but I want to get out of the room today with some clarity on rank and priority. I do think that we have to speed up if we're going to do that. So I asked Matt if he'll let me. He can grab the steering wheel. I can talk and get through advancing workforce housing opportunities. You can read the goal, the strategy. We've read those together. I believe that we have it right. I have not heard from town council members to change it whatsoever in our time leading up to today. So I'll pause and ask you if you're good with the goal and the strategy before I dive into the action items. Mayor, is everybody good? I'm leaning on you to tell me that.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm asking, is everybody good? Yes.
All right, good. Action items. So while I won't dive in, again, we've talked about these things. I think we can refine a couple of items, but what Sean and I, and really what I'm bringing to the table is asking you if we're on the right track, right? First and foremost, out of the gate in FY26, review the finding home plan. That document was established in 21, November of 21. 22? Okay. To review the finding home plan, to just really look at it. You as a town council to take a look at it and assess whether there's validity to all of it or not. I believe that needs to happen. I ask that happens because that is what town council policy adoption is asking me to accomplish. And I can't go through it by myself and pick and choose what is coming forward and not. Align the housing committee with town council direction on policy alignment, i.e. 7-1 above or anything that spins out of that. Project prioritization, such as another public-private partnership, and community engagement. So we're asking and we're suggesting that those 2 items out of the gate are the FY26 priority. Continue to push forward on North Point housing. The rezoning is approved. The ground lease is next. The planning commission and the DRB approvals are not long after. Then it's building permit, those site plan approval, building permit, whatnot. Ditto advancing, right? So deliver the North Point public-private partnership, but also establish a public-private partnership to establish or to advance Bryant Road workforce housing. We know that the town purchased 7 acres on Bryant Road, and we can at least lay out what we believe as a staff, as a team, an RFQ, like we did with North Point term sheet at our upcoming workshop. So we're saying that project, while North Point's just over the next couple of years, we're saying that Bryant Road is checkboxed for all 3. Assess the housing fund sustainability. That came up at budget. That came up in my 1-on-1s, 2-on-2s, public workshops, and at one of the 2 readings. But establish a multi-year investment strategy by identifying a recurring funding source to implement town workforce housing priorities. I put that in year 1 because if we're going to do the above, we need to at least address that. 7.6 and 7.7 for clarity is looking for grant funding, right? We have some determination from town attorney that general fund is to not be used for those private investments. We've been very successful, and I want to say that we have been very successful with the use of American Rescue Plan Act dollars, right? ARPA dollars, $1.6 million in home repair. Those are a lot more dollars in home repair than most places. We have run out of money. We have not run out of demand. And are there other grants out there? All those grants that are out there are not a 100 to 0 match. They're a 1-to-1 match, an 80-20 match. And then we don't have matching funds, so those grants don't seem as palatable to us as an organization. So, but 7.6 and 7.7 is to keep our feet moving on those grant opportunities. Number 7.8 and 7.9. Oh, I jumped over. Did I jump over one? No, I didn't. I'm good. 7.8 and 7.9 are operational. Those are those sidebar comments that Matt and Heather and Sean and I have been having. Town council already adopted that policy, the displacement mitigation support work and the housing conversion policy. Those are now operational. And so my recommendation is to not forget about them. That's an our responsibility now. We can still measure, but we believe that those two are operational and should be removed. And then establish a workforce housing index to do two things. One, to track naturally occurring workforce housing as well as any programmatic, so that we understand affordability from a home different than wage. And then it also helps us to better count, and I'll say that, to better count the conversions, to better count the new, or better count the work that's being done. Public, right? We know how to count the North Point project, 157 units. But what about the conversion of the building that is on Dunnigan's Alley and, William Hilton Parkway near the Sea Pine Circle? It used to be a bank, I forget the name of it. But those are good units. There's units that were converted in Coligny. There were units that the town council, by sheer nature of your approval of the workforce housing conversion policy and program, you just converted 80 units near the hospital that were retirement assisted living, and now they're apartments. So there's some good work to count there. And then we want to, and we can work on the word, Sean and I still grappling with 7.11, the collaborating on an annual housing summit. We hear there's going to be one. We aren't trying to say that we'll be the only person having that, whether it's Buford Jasper Housing Trust, whether it's Community Foundation of the Low Country. We want to show up confidently that we have a seat at the adult table and that we're participating, that we're not in the crowd, so that we can actually celebrate all of the great work we're doing. So I do believe that our participation amongst that network is strategic in and of itself. I put it in here because should an annual housing summit show up, I want to show up confidently. So the KPIs, reduction in share of workforce commuting off island. Right now, we know at least our organization, I know those numbers. And so internally is interesting, is almost the same as projected externally, right? It's 60-40. 60 off, 40 on. That might be fine. It's just, should we try to reduce that? And I think those numbers will measure over time. Number of new preserved or converted workforce housing units, we just talked about that. Utilization of employer-supported housing and transit programs, percentage of housing fund allocation committed to island-specific projects, and then satisfaction levels from island employers and housing program participants. That's a harder one. That's a survey. I think over time, we're going to get ourselves in a survey mindset to see how we are doing. So that's what I think, at least what we've heard the housing program to be. Again, I'm trying to speed through a few things so we can spend some time prioritizing.
All right, comments from council?
Okay, yeah, sure. 7.5. I do disagree that it should be in here. It says to assess housing fund sustainability and establish a multi-year investment strategy by identifying diverse recurring funding sources to implement town workforce housing priorities. And I say that I don't agree with this action item because the town is not in the business, as I understand it, of being a housing authority or the like. And we are now inch by inch actually going in that direction. And this furthers that goal that some folks have to create a new department so that the town is involved in housing in that manner. Secure the funding for the home repair grant so that 7.6 and 7.7 We've just had a conversation about Beaufort and Jasper County Housing Trust. And when we had that conversation, I thought, agreed that we would rely on that housing trust to do that work, that we are participating in it, that is work that they do, and that would be where we would put our reliance on these types of programs, and not that the town would be working towards any grant funding. If they were to remain, which I hope they don't, because we've already said and agreed that that was Beaufort Jasper County Housing Trust. Then this language needs to be cleaned up and made sure that on 7.7, for instance, secure funding, it should be secure grant funding. But under previous conversations, and I thought agreement, we had shifted that responsibility over to that temporary responsibility that we took on when those ARPA funds became available, and we designated them. Even in that conversation, it was, this program lives as long as there's dollars, ARPA dollars, to support it. And now here we are, government creep. Government moving one step further into doing something that we have repeatedly already agreed on and established we're not going to do. In fact, in this case, the good news is there's another provider who does that work, who can do that work, and we've agreed that we would rely on them. Not sure why this is in here, but it's government creep in the worst way. And 7.8, 7.9 have taken care of themselves. Those are operational through the agreed upon displacement program, in which the town has a sole responsibility of notification. That's in that document, sole responsibility, notification. On 7.11, collaborate on an annual housing summit. The word collaborate, I think, should be pulled out. That insinuates, and at least as I read it, that we would be working towards the creation of a annual housing summit. As Mark clearly indicated just now, the role really is for us, if there was to one that was put together, to show up, to celebrate and report on, not review, we don't need, but to report on the progress that we have made. And to align regional nonprofit and employer contributions. Again, that's Beaufort County Jasper Housing Trust that we had agreed on, and the private sector. Under key performance indicators, want to make sure the number of new, preserved, or converted workforce housing unit delivered annually, as it's measured, is also capturing that private sector. So I think that private sector language ought to be built in there. When we talk about housing on this island, it's always driven by what is the town doing, what is the town doing, what is the town doing? And as a limited government who's established that we don't want to have a housing department, that we're not in that business, we need to encourage and incentivize and celebrate all of the private development that has taken place. And so that's what we should be measuring. How are we doing with that endeavor in the private sector? Percentage of housing fund allocations committed to island-specific projects. Again, if we don't have a housing department, why do we have a housing fund? And those are my comments.
Other comments? Nancy?
Sure, I'll be happy to respond to.
Well, I'm not asking, I don't think he asked you to respond.
In our document. Finish my sentence.
Well, I wasn't, go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I'm in agreement with all of these. I'll just say it that way. Second of all, we're going to be having a workshop on housing on July 29. So I think some of this can be further fleshed out at that time. Third, I held a community meeting in November of last year, and I asked folks then to comment on the 15 strategies that we had in our current strategic plan and to say which of these, please pick no more than 5. 3 to 5 would be great. And if there's some on this list, if there's some that are not on this list, tell me what those are. So folks were kind enough to give me comments at that time. In addition, I'd sent out an email to those who asked to be on my email list, since we don't have email addresses by our wards. And so I got a lot of comments from folks at that time. So the top 5 included workforce housing, also included growth management strategy, also included resilience, the William-Hilton Parkway corridor, Gullah Geechee land and cultural preservation. So I'm using those as guidelines as I do this work today. In addition, the Chamber of Commerce, as our DMO, shared with us 4 waves of surveys and asking community, and I hope you folks can hear me, asking the community what are their top concerns. 2 of the top concerns are workforce shortage and on-island workforce housing. In addition, if you look at the 2025 legislative priorities of the Chamber of Commerce, includes workforce and workforce housing. Finally, as I made a note, if I can understand my scribble from our February workshops, there was a survey of town council members of our ranked choices, and 66% said growth management strategy and 56% said workforce housing. So I think all of these are priorities. The action steps, I think this is a key priority. The action steps I agree with, and I'm ready to move forward on those.
Other comments? Heather?
Chair here. Yeah, so in regards to workforce housing, I'm very supportive of public-private partnerships. So when I think about the 7.5, thinking about funding, I prefer the approach that we've had with North Point, where we look at our funding through town-owned land that is properly covenanted so that we can use it for that type of support. It's a big contribution and really helps in regards to the economics and the feasibility of these types of programs. And what I think is really great about it is that it is a lease, and at the end of the day, we get the land back. So I think continuing to focus on those types of programs is a win for everyone. In regards to the measurement, I think it's also very important to measure all housing, not just those that are created through these specific programs. Prior comments, about the private sector, but natural occurring affordable homes as well. And I think you get to it as well at looking at how many workers live on the island versus commute. And then I'm really looking forward to the workshop because I think there are a couple of taboo subjects that we need to discuss that do impact housing, and then bring them up, and then we have to decide, are we going to do something about it or not? So short-term rentals and the impact that has had on workforce and affordable housing. I know it's a very touchy subject, I get it, but I think we need to acknowledge the impact that it's had, and then we need to decide as a town council, is there anything we want to do about that might positively benefit housing for workers. And then our development standards as well. Again, I'm not saying that this is something that we want to do, but it should be something that we discuss. So it always shouldn't be about how much money are we bringing to the table to develop housing, but what are the other items and tools, including incentives for developers in regards to bringing these projects to light.
Brown.
I'll start with, I'm super excited about, I think it's July 29th. Hey, I can't wait. Ms. Turner said taboo, I like it. We definitely need to further the discussion. As far as what's before us today, I am in agreement with all of it. Just a couple of points that I wanted to make on a few of them. Point 4, when it comes to the public-private partnership to advance the Bryant Road initiative, to me that has a direct correlation with further item, which is now number 8, but this is referenced there, the Muddy Creek Neighborhood Stabilization Plan, which is under the CDC's auspices. I think the two have very direct coalition. The last thing we want to have happen is an area that is very sensitive be gentrified through whatever work we do as far as putting more housing on the ground. So if there's some way to tie the two together through this exercise, I'm sort of promoting that. With point 5 under the workforce opportunities, we talk about the funding. We have already started to get in that business. North Point would not be a reality. Town had not purchased the property. Town had not put forth ARPA funds to move it along. The landlord this year has put a staff position for housing, and monies will come out of the housing fund. Okay, so I think we're there. All right, I know it's tough if you are concerned about the town subsidizing somebody's rent on a monthly basis. That's a different conversation than us getting the ball rolling through some investment. And I agree that the public-private partnerships are the best way to get there, but we can't ignore the fact that the cost of land on Hilton Head is hindrance, okay? And if there's a funding component to help us move that along, I think it's important to have it. Home repair program. This is a comment that I hear a lot from community members. We got in that business because it was somebody else's money. As we got in that business, we then started to form our own expectation of what we like that to look like, okay? So we had control of the production and the end result. And yes, I think we need to engage with Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust to see if there's monies available, but I think that discussion is just starting to develop because we want to make sure that we have the same results that we have set our community up to expect. I agree as far as the KPIs are concerned that, we look at this, all housing, understand how the private sector is helping, and I want to make sure that I'm qualifying private sector, because it's one thing for C-Pines to come and put 30 units on the ground. Another thing for one individual to offer up their place as affordable as well. Okay, so there's a lot of diversity when it comes to what the private sector looks like, and what there may be some gaps that we need to help to stimulate the private sector. So how we flesh that out in the KPIs, I'm not quite sure. I'm giving you a good direction as far as the words on the paper, but I just think that one unit, in my mind, is just as important as 150, as long as it's intentional about having it on the ground.
Comments?
I'd like to just follow up on some things. I'd like to respond, if I may. So when we did this exercise back in February at the strategic plan, the results of the blue exercise are this: 2 green dots for workforce housing. So 2 green dots out of 7 people who had 5 dots to start off with, as I recall, and it received 2. And this was the first opportunity for this council to stand up and say what really matters to them. And only 2 green dots showed up. In terms of blue dots, which was the 1 dot that we got, that was to highlight the thing that was the most important to us, none. It received 0. Now I'm sitting here listening to a litany of how important all of this is and how we can flush it out at the workshop Well, we're here setting a strategic plan now. And the exercise that we did, the results are in with regard to the importance of this topic. I also am hearing, and I'd like to highlight that I'm hearing it from both Patsy and Alex, that we're there already. That contrary to what we say, our mayor and all of us included, that it's not important through the exercise, and that we won't have a housing authority or housing department in Hilton Head, that we're already there. This is expansion of government in the worst way. It's mission creep. It was okay when we were spending other people's money. Indeed, that's how it got started. But now we're going to slip into making it a reality and using taxpayer monies for something that even this council said was not a priority. Only how many months? 4 months ago. I also heard, and I'm not going to sit here and allow that to happen. I also heard something that I was unaware of. Maybe someone can clarify this for me. That Bryant Road is under the CDC now? When did that happen? And what did I miss? Or maybe I misunderstood when that comment was made. But Bryant Road was purchased with taxpayer money, and the town council is programming anything that happens there. So if there's something that's happened, someone should inform me, because I don't think I agree with that. So we have to stand up for what it is that we said initially and that we've said continuously, and not be sitting here with two voices telling us we're already there, the train is down the road, we left you guys in behind and you didn't even know it.
Okay, other comments?
Exactly what I started this meeting out with. Flipped. Absolutely right. That's not the way we started this thing in our. I don't know, and if we have another meeting 2 weeks from now, it'll flip again. So sometime breaks on what we said we were gonna do. And what we said we were gonna do in our workshop in February is not what we're doing right now. So.
Waiting on Ms. Jones.
Let me just say, well, first, I mean, we can go to process. I mean, happy to do that. We're in content now, and there's lively debate about what should or should not. Every one of these exercises, and Steve, I think to your point, my bet is if we run through multiple exercises over multiple months, that we're going to see things move around a little bit, right? I said to 9, we talk about economic development. I said to 7 council members today, define economic development for me. In your heart, economic development might be number 1. When we get to a uniform definition of economic development, or if we could get to a uniform definition of economic development, it might drop to number 3 or 4. Of course, I'm supportive of housing, but now I'm reading what housing is, town's engagement in housing, and it feels different to me than it did about dots on a box that said housing. Right? And so the challenge always happens when the rubber meets the road. That's a different question than the question that you originally posed. How did these get from 1 through 10? We're going to get to putting these things in 1 through 10. Get to putting these things in 1 through 10 order. But I'll promise you, at 3 o'clock today, when we're putting these things in 1 through 10 order, we have to have a process. We have to have a way of doing that. We're going to put that in front of you. It's going to spit out a result. It's going to land on paper. And a month from now, you might not feel 100%. I would give everyone just the encouragement to be thoughtful of where you are today with what you have in front of you. It's informed by what's been going on at the town level recently. It's been informed by the comprehensive plan. It's been informed by the exercises we engaged in a few months ago. I'll tell you, any one exercise is not a great judge of where we'll be in perpetuity.
I agree with that.
I appreciate it. Man, can I just, while I got it, I'll lose it. I appreciate where Matt's going. This particular item is the only item that there are check marks on every action in 26. So that tells me that if staff prepared this for us, it tells me that we're live. And I think it's upon us today, if we want to abandon the program, and it's going to take an act of this council to abandon what work is already being worked on. I think we just need to be very upfront with ourselves about that. It'd be different if we were looking at this page and everything was in FY 28. We're having a discussion about it, if this is the direction we want to go. We're there, unless this is not correct.
Well, and that's
The staff put this together based off February, correct? Am I correct?
We put it together, yes, and also based upon the work we're already doing, right? Because y'all didn't say stop.
I understand.
Say stop,
So you were
pause, start.
already doing all of this because you didn't add anything based off of February, surely.
No, I'll just paraphrase. Assess finding home plan, align the housing action committee with the town council expectations. I think, truly being fair to the volunteers, that sign up to be a part of the housing committee. Them realizing what the goals in the strategic plan are potentially differently than what they're sitting at the table trying to ask me or ask my team to me, to you to do, right? That's very important. So assess finding home, align the committee, advance North Point, get started on Bryant in alignment with the NSP. We talked about that. Housing fund sustainability, which has been a big directive to me publicly, so I put it in here for consideration. Grant funding for home repair and lateral sewer connection programs. A workforce housing index, to Ms. Tunner's point, that measures all housing and it compares it with wage. I think the price of house went up over time, but did the price of wage go up over time? And that's it. Participate in a housing summit and report our progress. So we're already doing those things.
To my point.
With the exception of the sustainability and the funding that's truly sustainable. And that's a big topic to talk about. Yes.
That's to my point. And so I think February, so I'm thinking this was discussed. I remember all this being discussed in February. So what happens when our town manager said, we're already doing all this stuff right here. Everyone knows that workforce housing is important. Go up and vote. You don't put workforce housing with your dots because it's already happening. So nothing, we come into zero in February with workforce housing. And a couple of these other ones in here are the same way. It depends on how Mark and Matt explains it to us before we stand up with our dots. All right, so if they were totally quiet and said, you guys work it out, it would have been totally different. Mark says, this stuff's already been happening. Well, of course I'm not going to vote. I don't need to add to it. It's already happening, right? That's how we got to where we are today.
But I would also ask that, and again, we're on process versus content. I would also ask that the board remember another caveat that we put out there, that this one dot exercise.
I understand
is
where
not
you're
going to
where you're coming
drive
from,
the entire
but-
strategic plan,
But
right?
you got people here that, I understand.
It's not, I mean, that can't be a singular referendum on the entire planning process, right? It was a temperature.
But it is. It is a temperature. That's a great way to say it. It's a temperature. And if the temperature was was to rise as to what we hear today and the commitment to something that everyone has said is not a priority in terms of establishing a department extend to taking taxpayer money and in furthering this work. That was established. If the dots weren't important, if it wasn't there to determine something, then why did we do it? Are there better ways to have done it? Perhaps. But I don't recall that conversation when Mark said that we're doing all of this, so we all just ignored it. That didn't actually happen. That information wasn't put out there in February, so I'm not going to accept that as a reason for why the dots weren't displayed in a way that now everyone's saying, or not everyone, two people seem to think is, should result in a politically sensitive movement towards expansion of government, in disagreement with what everyone has said, including our mayor, as where we are. And I'm not going to accept that we're already there, so just keep rolling down the train. That is bad government, that is bad governance, and that is just not something that I'll sit here quietly and accept. This council is being driven by politically motivated agendas by a few. You can go back to those 15 strategic plans from the last time we did this exercise, when a new council was here. And how did that happen? Because every time someone raised their hand, it was written down, it was put in. We didn't have this type of discussion. Is this type of discussion comfortable? I don't think many people are comfortable with it at all. But I'll be honest when I have it, and I'll tell you that this is exactly the history and where we are, and I'm going to protect the fact that Hilton Head Island is a limited government, that we've agreed that we're not going into the housing business, that we have established that we are going to work with Beaufort Jasper County Housing Trust and provide them with the dollars to take care of some of this work that has been deemed important. And okay. But all of this and the discussion that's been had here about where we're heading down this road, I'm not going to sit here quietly and just accept that. There were 2 dots, which apparently was an important measure to create a temperature rating, and there were no blue dots. So those people who are arguing right now are arguing against what they themselves, the temperature they set themselves back in February. And so,
I'll also note that about a month earlier, and about a month earlier, we issued a survey. And that survey, I want to say, based on my cheesy recollection, about 60%, 66%.
56.
Top priority for me. Extensive review, I think. That was disclosed in that. How people process that and use that. I'm looking at point in time measurements, basically. All of those placards, every placard that was up there, including workforce housing, those all just came from prior strategic plan. Up as an evaluation of prior strategic plan. So again, it's a point in time measurement. I would encourage you, we're going to have an opportunity to do that.
I'm getting ready to. I've been trying to say something for a minute and I haven't been allowed to.
Sorry, that's me.
I'll be brief on this. There is a directive that's coming down from the federal government that everything is being pushed down to the local level. Being pushed to state, being pushed to county, being pushed to municipality. 7.5 says assesses Doesn't say implement there. It does say establish, but assesses a housing fund sustainability and a multi-year investment strategy by identifying diverse recurring funding sources. We know that our biggest challenge that we have right now is workforce housing. If we're not at the table, then we are absent completely. Whatever subsidies or whatever is given for the benefit of workforce housing is going to cost money. We're not saying that we're using taxpayer dollars. Could we use tax dollars from the state to help fund this? This is to assess. On July 29th, we're having a workshop to discuss exactly the housing program that we have. It's probably going to change form a little bit at that meeting. I think that we need to move on with this. I'm okay with assessing it because I think we need to understand, right? What are those opportunities? What are those options?
Well, Mayor, then would you be agreeable in a negotiation to establish a multi-year investment strategy? Because this document isn't going to happen after that July's date.
I'd be fine with
This
assessing
document
it.
is being done now and voted on
I
before
understand.
that.
I'd be fine with assess and explore.
Assess and explore. But I also want to point out, as you were talking about the various ways of funding these things, it puts us squarely where you said you didn't want to be, that where we were. And let me just finish my thought this time. And I apologize if I was the one who was holding you up from speaking before. But the idea of using tax money, while I understand the broad concept, underneath it is that money's not coming out of a vacuum where it's coming out of something else that we're already funding. So all those who are really excited about using that money to establish some sort of fund to further something we said we weren't going to do and have more mission creep and government growth, ought to understand that it's coming out of something that already exists.
Well,
in a way, taking away from those. And if you're okay with that?
Just to be clear, as we talk about getting grants for the home repair program, going to the state housing, which is coming through deed stamps, and every real estate transfer is a tax that pays for that. So it's always coming from somewhere. And we're looking to assess those different areas and avenues to understand what's beneficial and not beneficial, what meets our values, doesn't meet our values. So that's why I'm completely open to assess and establish and explore, right? I'm fine with that.
Are we relying on Beaufort County, Jasper, for these items, or are we not?
We have had general discussions regarding that, and nothing has been decided.
Well, here it looks like we're gonna seal the deal.
We just voted on signing that document last week, whatever that was.
I don't think we voted, we agreed. Did we vote?
We have had conversations about Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust and how to move forward with different programs with them, but nothing has been formalized.
Can I suggest just, passionate opinions, and you'll be able to certainly vote your conscience and vote your position. Happy that this is one of less than a handful of situations where I think folks are going to be pressed to vote against a particular item, against a particular approach. But if we're not, I feel like we might have consensus here. We don't have unanimous consent. If someone feels like we don't have consensus, you let me know.
Consensus to what degree?
Consensus on the action items as presented, with the exception of assess housing fund sustainability and explore a multi-year.
That would be the change that's been proposed.
Well, was 7 and 8 pulled? Because those are operational, 7, 8, 7, 9. Has the language been changed in terms of 7, 11, rather than collaborate, removing that, and rather than review, report? And Steve, I liked your question, because while there are those of us who talk a lot and will fight for what we believe on, and because that's why we were elected to sit here, not everything here, I would hate to vote no on this entire package because there are things that in here that I will continue to argue that while we ought to be at the table and while workforce housing is important, that's a broad thing. Everybody says that. It's what does it mean? What are you actually doing?
We're not voting today.
I know, but I'm just saying, we're getting to the point where when are we gonna review this again? I mean, what comes out of here today is what we're voting on.
Even when you do vote, just like a budget, you have a budget. Very few of you agree on every allocation in every line item of the budget. You vote for it because it's something that you can provide overall support, recognizing that later I'm gonna have a vote to officially execute on this, right? So you can certainly vote in favor of the strategic action plan, and then later when Mark brings you the allocation for the workforce housing fund, you can say, I told you right in the session I wasn't going to vote for that one, so I'm not going to vote for that one. You don't get one bite at the apple on the biggest chunk of the action items in this.
And it's a document that sits on a shelf that someone can pull off and says, oh, look, this is what I'm supposed to do. And that's what is.
A document for adoption that we thought that was going to happen too.
Well, that is what happens. Go ahead. I'll stop.
So we're at the last change.
Want to change it to participate?
Yes.
Participate and report back.
That's perfect.
Which one are we on? I'm sorry.
7-11.
That's fine. I'm struggling with the 7.5 change. All raise our hand on a municipal budget. Fund identified as housing. So us removing the word establish, I know I'm struggling with that because we're going right against what we just agreed on a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so to me, the wordsmithing is just sort of responding to each one of our individual, call it political if you want, whatever it is. But instead, I think we need to face the music. And if we get to the point where we're ready to adopt this, and we want to scratch it because we don't want to establish a fund, then I think we do that then. Versus wordsmithing now, which is totally against what we just accomplished a couple weeks ago. It's just, the conversation, and yes, there are a couple of us that are being very vocal about it. You're right. But I think it's a reality that there's only a couple of us that disagree wholeheartedly on the direction. So I think you're boxing us in at a moment that we don't need to be boxed in.
Sometimes people rely on other people to speak for them. But when we vote, what Matt suggested was that when we have a budget or such, there may be things in there that we don't agree with, right? But yes, we agree overall and we raise our hand. And so to your point, that doesn't mean, I think you were trying to say we all sat here and raised our hand to approve the budget. We did not raise our hand and approve the budget and agree that everything within it was something that we were 100% supporting. And so to try to align that with this, to say that we all agreed on a housing fund is incorrect. And so I hope I stated that clearly.
If I might. There's 7.5 is written the way it is. 7.5 has been thrown out as assess and explore. I'll throw out one more. Assess housing fund sustainability and a multi-year investment strategy by identifying diverse, recurring, and so on. That just simplifies it a little bit. And we've got to move on off of this.
We're assessing all of it, is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm fine with that too.
That's what I'm saying. And it's, yes, we've got it in the budget for fiscal year 26. But this is looking forward as to how we go forward. If we continue to fund it, what are those funding strategies? So, and I think that's what we need to assess. Is everybody good with that?
I need to go on the record. I agree with Mr. Brown. I like the word established because that's what I'd like to do. I think that's important for our community, and all the information that I have received from the community. best workforce housing.
And yet
Who
you
else?
didn't put your blue dot there.
Who else? Let's not go there. Hang on.
Mayor, can we stop? Can I look to the consultant, and I want to ask, we spent 15 hours in February. How much time do we spend with our dots? 30 minutes? You have said, thank you, Pat, you've said more than one, I think 3 times you've said, no one exercise is the one to rely on for establishing our strat plan. And if we rely on those dots again, I hope we're not going to use dots to prioritize this afternoon. Thank you.
We're not, but beyond that, Mayor, I think your question's on the floor, you know, if, are there others who object to assess housing fund sustainability and a multi-year investment strategy? Looking for consensus.
I agree with, Mr. Brown and Bryson, but I think that approach is also.
I support the mayor's proposal.
All right, I think we're at consensus, so.
Now, I'm going to open it up for public comment, and I ask that if you're speaking, let's get to the point, and so we can continue if anybody wants to speak. Come on up, Katie.
Just a little story and maybe a little bit of a reality check. I live on a street in HHP of 20 houses. In the 4 years that I've lived here, 5 of them have turned over, all to the generation below me, all to people who are working on the island with children here, school-age children. Also, I would like you to know, my house is a workforce housing house. My husband works.
Thank you. Other comments? All right. Goal 8.
Preserve, protect, and celebrate Gullah Geechee culture and heritage. This is another one that you've seen the goal and strategy on. Any issues with the goal and strategy as stated? Action items are here. You've also seen those. Questions about any of the action items in front of us or suggestions for updates, changes?
Any questions? Amy?
So, historic neighborhoods, we all know where they are. They're identified by lovely signs around our town, but not all of them are the same. And I say that because some of them still retain some of those historic cultural aspects to them, and then others don't. They have been developed and redeveloped. And so when we talk about historic neighborhoods, it can't be all the same for all of them. That's one thing. And I'd also improve the quality of life in the Gullah Geechee historic neighborhoods 100%. What is it, 8.1? What does this mean? I wrote, preserve the community character, facilitate the work of the Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Force to prioritize implementation of land use tools and zoning strategies that preserve the community character. So again, some of those neighborhoods are not the same, even though they're historic neighborhoods, as others. And some of the ideas with that are not fitting for all of those neighborhoods. And so there should be more specificity to that. 8.4, facilitate the creation of a stable funding model and support long-term organization sustainability of Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corporation. We talked about this going through budget, the state aid tax money, perhaps as a model, but when that corporation was being set up, again, for those who don't know, it was the discussion all centered around that the funds would come from grants and not from other sources, and that the town would not be funding it through our budget. So I'm concerned that we once again are changing what we agreed was the intent in moving forward with regard to funding on that. I also want to point out that 8.5 is ongoing, 8.6 is ongoing. Establish a cultural asset mapping landmark recognition program. I believe that the CDC is working on that already. So it's ongoing, and it is a goal or responsibility that the CDC has taken on. So now I'm concerned that we're meshing together the corporation's work with the town goals as priorities. It's a separate, distinct corporation entity that was set up. So I don't understand how we're now mixing them with the town. If someone can explain that to me, I'd appreciate it.
I'm good with all the items.
This is, if this is an opportunity, Mayor, for us to have discussion, this is what happens when we get to town council meetings, because the committee work isn't done, right? Everybody wants to shortcut it. Nobody wants to talk about the important issues in an upfront, transparent, and honest way. I'm just tired of it.
We're having discussions.
I hear you, but I don't like being cut off.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, so, I was waiting for Heather to turn my mic on for me. I'm not quite sure my poker face was working that time. Unlike housing, I'm not quite sure why this is controversial. I think it's a beautiful thing that this council has diversity. Me and Councilman Becker both live in a historic neighborhood called Chaplin. Used to be Chaplin Plantation, by the way. Live on separate sides of the road. And as you can tell, we look at things through totally different lenses. I'd even argue that if my great-great-grandfather was not focused on farming, and maybe the short-term rental discussion that we're having on Burke's Beach would not happen. Because at some point, he gave that land away because we couldn't farm it. So we're having discussions around how we preserve, protect the Gullah culture. Please don't put the living, breathing component of that, which is the people like myself, in a museum and say we're just gonna stick up a sign that identifies the neighborhood. Ms. Becker's right, things have changed, mainly because of gentrification, mainly because of lack of involvement in the economics on Hilton Head through the Gullah Geechee people. So, the same way that some of these items are rubbing her the wrong way, us discounting them is really rubbing me the wrong way. So, I think we've laid out CDC to give us a more nimble opportunity for preservation of the people. But if we want to eliminate the people, which some will argue that was the whole intent of the town of Hilton Head, to get rid of the Gullah people in the experience because it wasn't fitting into this sort of vision of what Hilton Head could be. Here we sit today, and I hadn't heard anybody else on this council wrestle with it. But if others have concerns about the direction, I'd like to hear it. If we can have dialogue around that versus just Councilman Becker and I at each other's throats because we live on two sides of the road and we see things differently.
Wow. May I respond, please? Yeah, no, just give me a second, because there was a lot there that I think I should respond to.
I would like for others to chime in prior to.
Okay.
Okay. Are there other comments?
I don't live on that end of the island. I live on the south end of the island. But I think goal number 8 and the items that have been listed there are very important for us to accomplish.
I don't want this to become into a argument between council members. Goal number 8 has been, a part of the conversation for several years. It's a current part of the conversation in the budget. It's been moved forward. It has its value. And I'm going to ask council to go around, and if they have any changes, challenges to what is in there from items 1 to 8. Mr. Desmond, I'll start with you.
Well, I would ask that you don't do that.
Okay.
I would ask that.
Or if you have any changes or corrections.
I understand.
Yes.
But I would ask that you allow.
Yeah, for a
this
conversation.
to
Yeah,
evolve.
absolutely.
And then maybe everyone will speak.
I'm happy to speak more. I was trying to say I was supportive. It's the simplest way I knew to do it. But I remember when I first came on the island, and I'd go to a planning commission meeting trying to learn why in the world we approved these really tall, giant buildings, monolithic buildings along the beach. And then I learned there was a Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force. And so I started learning a little bit more about that. And I learned more and more about how important that is, preserving the land and the culture. And I remember being at one of the planning commission meetings and then a town council meeting when the discussion was about family compounds and family subdivisions. And when I learned about what a family compound meant, and I remember a lot of the discussion about what if this, what if that, what if this word means this, what if we do this, what if we do that? And I said, I'm trained as a lawyer. I can argue all night and all day, this side or that side. It's like trying to figure out how many angels can dance on the top of a pinhead. You can spend all day and all night about that. But unless and until you realize, as Mr. Brown so eloquently said, it's about the people. It's about recognizing our neighbors. It's about recognizing those who have been here before us. It's about preserving a culture, a living, breathing culture. Not signs, not monuments, but a culture, and respecting them. And if we do not have this as one of our goals, then how do we look ourselves in the mirror and say, I turn my back on my neighbors. I turn my back on an important culture. I turn my back on a culture that knows how to respect and sustain the island by farming, by fishing, and by preserving the land that we now all value. How can we turn our backs on that? These items right here help us to preserve and to celebrate the culture. We've said we want to change the direction of the marketing of those who come to visit us. And one of the directions is to say, we are going to celebrate cultural tourism. We can't just, I grew up in Western North Carolina, and bless those of Cherokee Indian heritage. It's not, please come to Western North Carolina and go see the Cherokee Indians stand out in front of their stores. That's not what this is about. We do not want to be that kind of community. We are neighbors, and we need to respect, protect, and celebrate this culture. And that's what I have to say at this moment, the best I can express it. Don't argue about how many angels can dance on the top of a pin. Be the better angel yourself.
Well, that was a lovely speech. But I'm not sure what it has to do with goal 8. And in fact, if all of that was so heartfelt as a top priority for you, and while I understand it's a moment in time, perhaps, when given that challenge to identify and to really address it, there were two green dots on this item, and no blue dots. So I question, with having now discussed dots so intensely, I'm going to go one step further. Protect the island character through growth management got 4 blue dots. So 4 people, this dais, felt it passionate about that. And I think you heard that same consistency here today with regard to growth management and the character of the island. 2 dots were given to enhance the corridor and the streets. So 2 people here consistently have said that. And 1 dot was given to assess and reinforce island resilience. I'll bet that was yours, Patsy. But you didn't feel, okay. Okay, well, that's great. But I just heard an impassioned speech that was more politically driven than anything else from you. Because when you had an opportunity to highlight that, you didn't. Now, let's move on to the real point. No one here, as I have heard it, has said that we should discard Gold 8. Quite the contrary. I have asked specifically, historic neighborhoods. It's been reflected here that we both live, Alex, in the same historic neighborhood. And the portion of the neighborhood that I live in has been developed and redeveloped. The portion of that neighborhood that you live in has not. And I believe I've specifically said that there should be different rules for different sections of those neighborhoods based on those same parameters. I never said anything different than that. To insinuate that was just misinformation at its finest and directed at a soundbite, I'm sure. In fact, when we talk about those things, I see Mr. Gray is here, we have Ayers property on Marshland Road that is about to be sold and developed. Sold and developed. So don't tell me about how we're not trying to protect it, because I, at every turn, have come to this town almost daily asking for this town to intervene and to buy that land to protect and preserve it. So your mischaracterization of my work, my intention, and where my focus is not appreciated one single little bit. Let me also add one other piece of information in terms of owning land. My family came here back in the late 1600s, made its way to Texas where we had 2,400 acres of land. Guess what? We sold it because we couldn't farm it anymore. I get it. So don't mischaracterize me in any of these conversations. You want to have a conversation about if you want to have a conversation about the relevant facts and issues, I'm happy to do it, but do not mischaracterize my intentions.
Let's stop.
Been there before.
Let's stop that. We're not going there now.
Thank you.
So, any other comments? Heather?
I'll just get specific regarding some of the tactics that are in here. I think that was some of the feedback that you were looking for. So on 8.2, I agree with the aligning the task force with the Gullah Geechee, provide a uniform vision. And I think the opportunity is also there with whatever form of a housing committee that we see. I just felt that there was a lot of tripping over each other and integration opportunities. So I think we should look at that in regard to housing as well, so that we do have a uniformed point of view. And then I think that'll free up resources as well, so they don't have to continue reporting to each group. If you can clearly define who's responsible for what, and I think people will be more satisfied by that too on those committees. And then 8.3 is an opportunity for me to learn about the process. I know that this is a CDC, it's a standalone organization. You have your own board of directors, you identify your strategic plan, you have funding, and I'm just understanding how and when that integrates with the town as well. Seems like some of the work is done independently within the CDC, and others might create more integration opportunities, and it's just understanding what that looks like as we move forward in regards to implementing that strategic plan.
I understand it, as I've heard so far, there is consensus around retaining the.
I think you're correct. That's basically what I've gathered as well. As standard, I'm going to ask if anybody from the public would like to make a comment on this. Okay.
May I make a brief comment?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Thomas Boxley, Executive Director of the CDC. I would like to first off thank Town Council for supporting the CDC and for our board members, the mayor and the mayor pro tem, for their ongoing support of the CDC. In regards to our budget and the way that we operate, our funding is state-based from the state of South Carolina, and it is integrated into the town's overall budget. Upon formation of the CDC, one of the things that I had to do in relationship to achieving 501c3 status was to go out and make sure that we were ready and in compliance, which is something that I did in the first year of operations. So now we're 501c3, and we will be able to receive grants on an ongoing basis as part of our overall funding strategy. So you're right and exact in that. Thank you for your feedback, Councilwoman Turner, and that part of what we are working to do is implement some of the actions and activities of town government, i.e. the task force, which is part of the Planning Commission, that does a significant amount of work in our historic neighborhoods, such as supporting the development of family compounds, as well as identifying areas where we have naturally occurring affordable housing, so that we can begin to positively impact some of the housing issues that exist here on the island. I'll also state that in my first year here, we were thrust, and with the work of Sean Colin and town manager, well, everybody at the table, we had to admittedly address the 278 issue. And so what I can tell you, and this will be on a report that comes to you July the 15th, but what I can tell you is that as a direct result of the interactions that I had with the Stony community, we had 51 private meetings with property owners, totaling about 120 hours. That's not just meetings here at Town Hall. That's meetings in living rooms and at dining room tables with people that could remember when that was a 2-lane highway. So we're really actively working to mitigate what's going on in the Stony community, and more will come. You heard Sean talk about a strategic plan, comprehensive long-term plan, right, that we'll work to implement and get in place and before you come October. But, we've talked about resilience. We've talked about the way that certain areas of the island flood that disproportionately impacts the Stony community, and that's something that we'll have to fix. So saying all that to say, because I know we're at a time crunch, thank you again for your support, and we're going to continue to work to support these historic neighborhoods.
All right, thank you. We have 15 minutes. Let's go.
So the next goal is protect and enhance environmental sustainability. The goal and the strategy are overviewed.
Jump into that.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Council, this is new. This is work we're doing. Some you can really push back to the LMO, but I hesitated to not at least put this on the table for us today. We can push this into other buckets, but you can also read in here, and you have read, we've gone over this, all the good work we're doing from an environmental standpoint. So we are running out of time. If we're not, we're probably going to have to stay after 3, after school.
Questions, concerns, clarifications, suggested changes?
9.8, education campaigns for recycling. In my neighborhood, and I suspect in many neighborhoods, there is no recycling. All the rubbish that is collected is put in the same bin. And I also understand that as far as haulers are concerned, there is an economic incentive to put recycling materials in with other garbage and waste. So that to the extent that's widespread, as I suspect it may be, doing a promotion is really not going to be very effective.
We have recycling in our community, so I think it depends on the community, so I think you still have to do it.
That question, where our educational program comes from, unless it's the posts on Nextdoor and Facebook that that Heather works on. And to both of your points, some communities do. Generally speaking, across the island, there isn't any recycling. I'm happy to hear that Hilton Head Plantation does that, but it's one of those things, I don't know why the government is getting involved in it unless it's a consistent goal across the island, and right now, that's not where we're at.
It is a goal throughout the county, both Beaufort and Jasper counties, Susaloco, and there are great strides that are taking place within each municipality to improve recycling and hauling in general.
I think we should do the promotion when that's actually done, but in terms of the action items, 9.1, we're doing and it's done, right? 9.2, we're doing. 9.3, it's done. 9.4, enhance the dark sky lighting standards to preserve nocturnal habitats and reduce light pollution. I don't know what more we can do, especially in light of the fact that we're working towards lighting up the roadways. It seems intuitive to me that we would be putting 9.4 in there and then establishing policies to light roadways. I think it's great if we promote and adopt green building practices, coordinate, and this is what you're talking with Beaufort County to establish a long-term material recovery facility. I don't know where that's at, but I think that goes along with what you were talking about with 9.8. Establish a townwide composting programs for yard and food waste in collaboration with local businesses. Never heard about this before, and not sure how or where that works. I know Sea Pines has a program that's really amazing. Heard about that years ago, that I've talked about in the past. But again, 9.10, develop awareness campaign with local schools for coastal ecology and conservation education. I'd just like to remind everybody that the schools on Hilton Head that are either private or they're Beaufort County. So again, I'm not sure where we're taking this government and what more we're starting to get our foot in the door. It's great, don't get me wrong, I'm not disagreeing with the idea, but I'm talking about the government. You want to talk to me personally about things, I could go on and on about many of these things, but as government, it's my responsibility to make sure we're working within the framework of what we actually are to do here as a limited government. 9/11, I think we've done that, right? We all celebrated that just at the last town council meeting. 9/12, we've done it. 9/13, we've done it. 9/14, I certainly hope that we continue to do this. We're doing it. And it's to protect the environmentally sensitive lands through acquisition and conservative easements. I hope that we're able to acquire all the available land, large tract lands that anyone wants to sell, so that we can protect them. And again, I emphasize there's a number that I have put forth that I'd like to see us moving on.
Sean, you had some clarifications on some of this?
I did. Oh, Mayor, go ahead. I did. So on items 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 12. So to Councilwoman Becker's point, yes, these are things that we are doing, but they're not things that are done. So the first 4 are really dealing with things that we're doing with the LMO. There are some quick fixes, priorities that we are bringing forward, but there is more that needs to be done in the overall rewrite of the LMO. Same thing with the IPM policy. Yes, we put the policy in place, but there's a lot of work now we have to do to actually implement that policy, programs we have to establish, training we have to receive. So while we're doing it, to the points earlier that were made by several, things that we're doing, but things that have to carry forward.
This wasn't one that came out of our strategic planning in February. And, I'm just not comfortable. And I think we are accomplishing all of these things we've put them forward, but be that as it may, we're trying to reduce goals, not add goals.
Comments? Betsy?
Mayor, I think this is one of the key goals. I'm glad that the town manager and his staff added this goal to our list. If you look at our plan, I do have my well-marked entire our plan here. One of the key elements is the environment, and so we should recognize that. And I like the list of items. Whenever they're done, we can move some to operational. You know, the IPM policy, I think some of what Mr. Leininger just spoke about could be moved to operational. That would be 911 and 912. But we had a SWOT on recycling and solid waste. And some of this comes from that SWOT, particularly 9.9, amending the town municipal code about business license requirements for solid waste haulers. There's a couple of fixes in there that can make a big difference, and we need to do that. The other, I think, in addition to supporting all those, except for maybe moving 9.11, 9.12 to operational, one of the ones that I have been suggesting, and I would like to suggest add to an action item, is to work with USCB and area environmental educational organizations to establish an eco-institute. We have a lot of vacant space at USCB. We've already talked about that. There's a lab in the upstairs part that's not being used except for the Sea Turtle Patrol, working with one of the biology professors. It's an excellent location for an environmental ecosystem research. If you look back to our vision, which was the precursor for our plan, here is one of the key strategic action areas. Become a location for unique environmental ecosystem research. Hilton Head Island holds the important barrier island status, and the surrounding lowlands, wetlands, vegetation, and marine ecosystems represent intriguing ecosystems. The island offers a unique location to focus cutting-edge research on environmental challenges as a barrier island, etc. And Hilton Head Island should forge partnerships to position itself as a unique outdoor research laboratory, attracting national talent and projects.
Right, so I just want to let you know that 2 years ago, I met with Dr. Panu, and we had that same discussion regarding environmental services, land planning, and other potential curricular opportunities. None were picked up.
Well, it's a shame because it's an excellent location, and we have the kind of talent, and I would request that we add a new action item to explore establishing an eco-institute with USCB and area environmental educational organizations.
That's a proposal. Is there support for that?
I think it's a fabulous idea, but I think that at this point in time, it is not appropriate for this this particular strategic plan. If conversations, just like with economic development, can continue with all of us to pursue opportunities to with USCB and how they can enhance their offering, especially as they directly relate to anything that involves our town here, Hilton Head in particular, we should do that, and we should do that as an ongoing basis anyway.
Yeah, I don't see it as being a place to put our time at the moment because we've had conversations with the organization without any drive forward.
Yeah, my comments around this particular item as a goal itself, I think it's important for us to keep it in the book of work just because of the way that it ties back to our comprehensive plan. As you count the check marks of FY26 versus all of the check marks, there's 14 items here, 5 of which we're not touching this year, and the others that are being touched this year, we're already working on. So I think it's important to keep it in the book of work. Obviously, not going to be as much of a burden on town staff, particularly if we're just keeping that as one of our core values as we move along.
Other comments?
We have consensus to leave this as is.
And then we prioritize.
And then we prioritize. Correct, yes, that's right.
Yep. All right, so real quick, any public comment on enhanced environmental sustainability? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Last goal.
The final strategy is also an addition from the conversation back in February, and similarly is aligned to the comprehensive plan as one of the core values. Implement the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and support program enhancements. The goal and the strategies are the goal and the strategy, I should say, is closely aligned with the Our Plan document, and the action items are brief but impactful. So, the action items as part of this. Happy to redirect all questions to people who know a lot more about this than I do.
Any questions, concerns? And keep in mind that Mark did say that, these are things that he wants to have in there to know that he needs to continue to work on them. So go ahead.
Yes. So again, I think there's the opportunity to reframe this goal. This is about implementing a plan as opposed to something that is more strategic and long-term. And I started the day with my comments on that, something along the line of enhancing community well-being through strategic investments in parks and recreation, or fostering a thrived, connected community by investing in recreational infrastructure and green space, but something to bring it up as opposed to I'm implementing a plan. Because when the plan is done, does it go away? So that's just a way to think about it.
More strategic lens.
Well, it's one of our core values, right? So as we were talking earlier about core values, right? This is, resilience. That's a core value. Parks and Recreation is part of our core value.
Yeah, but that's where I get the words park and it's more than that.
Right.
And so it's just a way of reframing
The why behind
it.
these investments.
Yes,
Right?
yeah.
The master plan implementation is the what.
Right. Yes.
Alex?
Yeah, as we're having this discussion down the road about the revision of the comp plan or the update of the comp plan, I think this is one of the items that we can take up. Because I can remember as we were working on the 2020 to 2040 plan, there was a whole subgroup that was working on Parks and Rec, and they were very influential folks, for one. For two, the town has a Parks and Rec arm that doesn't necessarily sit under this roof, okay, through our Island Recreation Association. So it came up as a core value because there was so much community involvement as far as when are we going to implement this master plan, okay? So want to revise the goals so there's more overarching. I get that, and I respect that, okay? And I think that it's part of that bigger conversation about how it fits into a comprehensive plan update.
Comments? Tammy?
Oh, thank you. I guess the same thing I would say with goal 9. We are doing all of these things. And if I were to ask the question of, are there other things that we're currently doing or that we've done? Would they all be then listed under a goal? And if so, why aren't they here? So while I do agree, there's Parks and Recs is certainly one of our core values. Thank you for sharing. And I don't understand the creation of, I'll just leave it at that. Hope I made myself heard.
Any other comments?
Mayor, I'd say one thing and ask Ms. Turner a question. So our plan, here's how much is on the Parks and Rec master plan. It was a key element in there. I didn't count the number of pages compared to the other elements, but it's a key portion of it.
26 items. If I read the, not question, but the position appropriately, it's not that this is a bad or an unworthy strategy. It's that as it's worded, you don't view it as strategic wording.
Right.
And so my question for Ms. Turner is there a suggestion as to where to place it under any of the other strategies? That's my question.
I don't think there's another area that I see, to place it under. It's a value as well as the environmental piece. So, again, when we have the opportunity to look at the comprehensive plan and rewrite the value, I would just rewrite the value in a different way and not say it's implementing the master plan, or it's bigger than that. I mean, we're doing that for a reason. Like you said, what's that reason?
Okay.
So, it's a semantics thing.
Yeah, I think we can get that. I get that. That's an excellent point. To Ms. Becker's awesome point, like we're trying to come back to the table and it's 3:06 and we're still talking about how much there is to do. I completely respect, personally and professionally, trying to do less. Not putting it on this table doesn't mean we're not doing the work. And then at times we've struggled, y'all struggled with, wait a minute, what are you doing? Why are we working on that? And I want to address that. The environmental section, the Parks and Rec section, I appreciate. Let's take them away. Let's call it 8. Let's put resilience under stormwater or stormwater under resilience. Now we're down to 7. 7's our lucky number. Let's go home. We're still doing this work tomorrow. So it's your will. Like at the end of the day, we have $10 million in a CIP program that's aligned around parks. It's pickleball, it's soccer, it's baseball, it's pump track, it's ADA compliance, which we have not caught up to or kept up to. And so we are trying to help town council with the what, so that there are no surprises when we come back to the drawing board with budget.
Within the strategic plan, can there be an extra page in the back that says, here are operational items? That works continuing on these. I
was just gonna say, I think that could, you'll end up with a 12-page strategic plan and a 250-page appendix, right?
Well, no, it's just, just a summation of some sort.
Yes, we could do that.
Without overkill.
Move those items that you don't have to take action on. Implementing the IPM program, it takes, we are figuring out weeds on 278 this morning, Sean and I calling each other at 7:40. That's strategic. It's alignment with, I don't need to tell you what it all is, especially at this hour. It's still strategic. It's operational. You're going to make some decisions about this next budget year if you want a different level of service. So yes, to your point, why don't we try to take a stab at that? I know we have to get through some prioritization today still.
Well,
I didn't think that this was going to be such I think this would be celebrated, that we were letting you know what we're doing, why we're doing it, and when we're doing it.
And if I could just add one more thing, in the previous strategic plans, we've had implement the CIP as a goal, and and really it's an execution. But we've laid out the core components that are within the CIP. Beach renourishment is included, right, in the resilience. Major corridors cover roadways and streets. Stormwater has its own, whether it's rolled up under resilience or not. So when we were looking at this, parks was not anywhere within the goals of town council, and whether it's to enhance community health through delivery of of parks or, including upgrades and additional, Alex, your comment, the programming piece, thought that it warranted making sure we had the whole CIP represented within the goals, because that's where you're gonna drive, what do we have this year, 70-some million dollars of the consolidated budget was in CIP. So I think for us, it's not losing the fact that we're doing all of this good work, and this is transformational work as you develop these parks, whether they're upgrades or brand new facilities, so.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going, right? Because here's what's going to happen. When you come and do the annual report next year, done. It's not going to change the workflow. Having it here doesn't change the directive of council. Just makes it clearer to the public, this is what's going on. This is what's being done. Yes. So. And I'm going to ask if there are any public comments on this. Well, on this last item, then we got general public comment, yeah.
I'll make some observations and you can steer me back if you want, but, in terms of collapsing items, consolidating items, stormwater management, and resilience have been identified as. Stormwater management and resilience have been identified as two areas that can be consolidated. What is the pleasure of council in terms of consolidating those two items?
Did we get a copy of the chapters in the resilience plan?
On its way, en route.
On its way.
Literally en route, yes.
Elvis has left the building.
But while we're waiting on that, where's everybody else?
I don't think it makes a difference either way. What difference does it make? We separate them or put them together. I mean, why are we wasting time even talking about it?
Yeah, and you know, as was just stated, it doesn't change the workload. Yes, there's some cross ties, right? You know, which staff is going to know that they're killing two birds with one stone.
I just know if I beat a dead horse like this, I would be a broke guy.
Okay, so I'd like to I'd like to put some work on your plate for a minute. I want everybody to take a relatively blank sheet of paper that you're okay with me collecting. So if it's a love note to your partner, don't write this on the back of it and give it to me, because I want to take it. Everybody take a piece of paper that I can collect. You got it? And I promise you, what you write down is not going to change what is on this screen other than what we have already talked about, okay? But I just need something to compare apples to apples to. So I'd like for you to write, I will not dignify that question. All right, everybody got your paper? Something to write with and something to write on? Is that what they used to say? Ready? We're gonna make the list, but I want the list to read identical from council member to council member. I want you to write growth management. Trust me. Look up when you've written it. Growth management. Yep. Then corridors and streets. Now, island resilience. Now, stormwater. Public safety. Economic development. Housing. Gullah Geechee culture. Are fast writers. Sustainability. Parks. Now, I want you to take 15 minutes and order those. Number one being the most important to you. Number 10 being the least important to you. Each item on your list has to have a value next to it, 1 through 10. 15 minutes.
I did that one time, had a final exam when I was done before everybody else, and I went through it again.
Check.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Thank you. I'm good.
Oh, that's obvious. Oh,
Okay.
that's interesting.
It's 95, sweating dripping off the chin.
You must really want to say something.
Lunch is good.
I was a little concerned there was no dessert. Then he came to sit down. I was like, what? Come on now. We're all day. I want a little treat. It's like, come on now. Something to look forward to.
I always bring back.
hesitant to even give the results because you guys hang your hats on these exercises, but we need an exercise to move us forward, right? So according exclusively to this exercise, and I expect to be bludgeoned over the head later with it. Priority number 1, growth management. Growth management. Priority number 2, stormwater. Priority number 3, streets and corridors. Priority number 4, public safety. Number 5, economic development. Number 6, resilience. Number 7, Gullah Geechee culture. Number 8, housing. Number 9, sustainability. Number 10, parks. Anybody dumbfounded or highly confused? I mean, from my perspective, it kind of followed the flow of the conversation today in a lot of ways. Something that I'll say in my tabulation, it didn't surprise me the way it shook out.
In my mind, that's the big area. It's right in line. Right. The other things are being done, being addressed, in motion, but in terms of a healthy community, those 4 kind of lead that charge.
The distance between number 1 and number 1 was the far away number 1. There's no question. But it's almost double between number 1 and number 2. The gap was that far. Sorry, I'm tagging up a little bit. It's right there. The top 40 and top 5. 4 top 5 were right about. So, turn this over to the town manager, what he plans to do with this information and what our needs are and the pathway to it out.
That's okay, man. Have on the agenda for the July meeting, July 15th? Okay, thank you, Kimberly. To bring this forward to you as a document, ready. I hope you're proud and pleased with the draft document you see. I'll draw attention to your binder. I know we've been looking at it all day. Sean, myself, a lot of Kelly Spinella, a lot of Heather, mostly Sean, have put this document together. We have some wordsmithing to do, some refining. My concern, frankly, after today is this: are we going to get the wordsmithing right? Am I going to show up in here for resolution on a busy agenda night? And that as much as I do my best, and I hope you all appreciate that and know that, I might not 100% understand what you all want and mean. Should we bring this through a committee to review it, work on the words, align it, and then bring it forward to town council confidently out of committee? I've rarely brought forward never have I brought forward a budget or a strategic plan to and through committee. But my concern, frankly, is getting a couple of those wordsmithing statements wrong in front of you on that evening. I don't like to admit that out loud, but let me be fair and upfront with you.
That's worse than beating a dead horse.
Excuse me? It's worse than what?
Beating a dead horse. Yeah. I don't see that we need to go back through a committee just to get,
Yeah.
I don't either. I think we've all expressed ourselves pretty well here today. And I think that wordsmithing is
probably very understood. And I agree, taking it back to committee will open it up, right? Understanding that, when it comes to council, there may be some questions there. But hopefully they'll be minor at most.
Okay, then we will put it on, I think I'm going to put it on the agenda for the 15th. We will have a staff report. The attachment will be the document. We will get it out to you in addition, prior to the full packet going out. So we'll work on that. We have time. A post-adoption, we will have a digital copy on the website that we will also market and promote and push out. And we will also print a few, not thousands, but of several hundred hard copy documents to deliver when we're out and about. Sounds great. There's 10 goals. They're prioritized. The action items we're clear on. I appreciate the extra items added and the few items combined. I think this is as hard as some parts of today were. We're only a half hour over. And I do think that from my vantage point, the clarity that we need is more clear today than it's ever been in my time here. So I appreciate your extra time. We spent so many hours. Somebody added how many hours we spent. You all add up all your hours spent on this. We're trying to do our best to make y'all proud of the document we're bringing to the table. So appreciate your time.
Thank you, Patsy.
Yeah, one quick thing, I agree, not going back to a committee, but I appreciate what Mr. Orlando is saying about wordsmithing at a town council meeting on a loaded agenda. So I hope that my colleagues will agree that once we get a draft, if we see some issues with words, that we send it directly back to Mr. Orlando ASAP so we don't blindside him and that Tuesday and lead to a 3-hour discussion about a couple of words. Thank you.
What are we at? Closing remarks now, Mark?
I think I counted,
And then,
it might be wrong, but I think I counted 57 2026 checks. Is that right?
He's asking
A
a
lot of
good
work.
question.
That's a lot of work for 2026.
Yeah, when I look at it, if you look at the check marks, with the one we've added potentially for moratorium and a couple we've shifted, there's 58 check marks in year 1, 45 in year 2, and 44 in year 3. So it is a little bit front loaded, but as we talked about some of those, they're items that we brought forward from the current strategic planning effort and that we know they're already in progress and will complete, so.
May I ask John a quick question? How many are just in year 1? Ignore the ones that transcend, but how many are the absolute in year 1, stop year 1?
24.
All 68 of them are agenda items, right? 58 are agenda items, right?
Not every single one, no, sir. The mayor had a great point earlier. Summer operational example, IPM policy adoption. It is a lot of hard work. We don't know all the proper formulas of the vinegar to spray on 278, but it's strategic. No, that's true. It's what it is. There's a formula to it. We're learning about it. That is not a town council priority. However, it's very strategic.
okay, Kim, I think we'll go to public comment now. You have been a patient man.
I was like, thank you. No, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
It should be on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other closing comments from the public?
Public comment? Seeing none. Any last?
I just want to thank you to Heather and to Mike. so that we can move forward and now staff can do their hard work. I read through the materials, the room, the lesson places, the reversions of life. And this is all about, or a program that can be implemented to enhance the quality of life for the residents and the visitors here on Hilton Head. And so staying focused, I think we did a good job. And thank you everyone who stuck with us today.
Other comments? Matt, Heather, thank you both. Appreciate y'all entertaining us today. Letting us entertain you. But appreciate your work, and Mark and staff, again, as always, a great job. And I'm glad that you feel that you've gotten what y'all need out of this and that you've got a better understanding of those action plans going forward. So thank you. And with that, we're adjourned.